right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to a regularly scheduled meeting of the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission. Tonight, prior to our meeting, or incorporated our meeting, it will also be the public hearing for the two proposed residential districts, Oakcroft and Wheeler Street. Before we begin, I'll ask Mr. Petto to take the roll.
Okay, Chair Bennett?
Here.
Vice Chair Hyman is excused this evening. Mr. Greenbaum?
Here.
Mr. Rooney?
Here.
Ms. Kane-Levy?
Here.
Mr. Reimnitz?
Here.
And Mr. Karasik?
Yep.
And Mr. Connolly?
Here.
And Mr. Connolly is the Historic Preservation Consultant. Mr. Karasik is our attorney, and the five people sitting here are the members of the commission. So, before we have our regular scheduled meeting, this meeting has been advertised in the newspapers, the Montclair Times, the Star Ledger, and the Herald News, and a notice has been posted in City Hall on the board in the hallway. As I said, it is December 10th. This is our regularly scheduled meeting for the year, the last one of the year. So before we go into the meeting, what we're going to do is have the public hearing for the proposed residential districts. How I would like to do this is we're running a little bit late already, so 15 minutes. I'd like to do 45 minutes to hear people's comments on Oakcroft. We'll have a break, and then we'll have Wheeler Street, comments on Wheeler Street. So may I just have a show of hands of how many want to speak to Oakcroft? Raise your hand if you want to speak to Oakcroft. I just want to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay. And who would like to speak for Wheeler Street? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I did this because I wanted to limit the time that people are able to speak. I would ask that you not make your comments longer than 5 minutes. Before you get up to speak, we do have a sign-in sheet. If you would just put your name. If you'd like to be contacted by email, put your email.
We have an email list in the back of the room.
Oh, okay. I thought it was up here. Normally, what we do with, and if you've ever been to a planning board meeting or a council meeting, if there's people that want to speak, they normally line up along the wall. So as soon as one person leaves the podium, the other person comes up. I'll ask you to identify yourself and also give your address. Okay. So prior to this, I'd like to make just a brief introduction. We are members, this is the HPC meeting, which is the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission. The Historic Preservation Commission was created in 1994 by ordinance. Ordinance number 347-127 lists the purpose of the Historic Preservation Commission. And I'd just like to read two of those purposes. One is to safeguard the heritage of Montclair by preserving resources within the township which reflect elements of its cultural, social, economic, and architectural history. The next one is to maintain and develop an appropriate and harmonious setting for the historic and architecturally significant buildings, structures, sites, and districts within the township. If we move to 347-134, powers and duties of the commission, the first one is to survey buildings, structures, objects, sites, and districts located within the township and to research and evaluate them for their significance in accordance with the criteria established as set forth in 347-135 of this article. The last one that I'd like to read, which is one of the duties of this commission, is to propose to the Township Council those buildings, structures, objects, sites, and districts located within the township which it has found to be worthy of landmark designation and hence should be subject to the provisions of this article. Actual nomination 2, a finding of eligibility for or listing on the National Estate of Historic Places is not necessary for the provisions of this article to take effect once a property has been designated as significant by the commission. And I'd also like to allay some of your fears. The people that sit on this commission, we're all volunteers. We've been appointed by the mayor. We bring with us, I think, a very, varied backgrounds, but all that speak to the architectural, the cultural, significance of the township. We have 2 registered architects on the commission. We have a lawyer who's not here tonight, but his specialty is land use. We have 2 preservation people. I know Caroline works for the Landmarks Preservation in New York City. And, excuse me, we also have a historian and design expert. So I think the qualifications are, if people are wondering who actually sits on this commission, those are our qualifications. And I would also like to say that if anyone is interested to sitting on this commission, and to the people at home, this is an invitation to you, please look up on the township website. There's a form that you can fill out. You will probably be, speak to the mayor and just get an idea. If you really are passionate about preserving what we know and love in Montclair, I hope that you take this up. So, without further ado, I'd like to ask Mr. Petto. Mr. Petto is an assistant planner in Montclair. He is our go-to guy in the planning office. And he has been, I've asked him to do a brief summary of the procedure, how we got to this point in time, and also the methodology that was employed.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. As the chair mentioned, my name is Graham Petto. I'm the assistant planner for Montclair Township here in the Department of Planning and Community Development. I also serve as the recording secretary and administrative assistant for the commission. I left a copy of my business card at the back of the room, and I'll be collecting the email list. And as we send email updates through this process, that you'll be receiving those from me. And if you have any questions about this process, feel free to reach out. Our role here is to help you residents understand the work that the commission's doing and stay engaged in this process as we move forward. By way of background, as requested by the chair, in 2018, the Historic Preservation Commission and the Township of Montclair submitted an application to the New Jersey State Historic Preservation Office. The application was for a grant through the program called the Certified Local Government Grant in Aid. It is a non-matching direct grant to the Township of Montclair. It's a pass-through grant from the National Park Service federal funds. And the purpose of the grant was to conduct a historic survey of the Oakcroft and Wheeler Street communities. The township then was awarded the grant in late 2018, and then in early 2019 began grant administration with the assistance of the State Historic Preservation Office. An RFP was issued to select a consultant. Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects was the selected consultant. And then over the summer months, the consultant visited both communities and surveyed every building within each of the potential district areas for their architectural integrity and then significance within the matrix of each of the districts. Subsequent to that, the commission held a meeting on October 24th, at which Connolly and Hickey presented their findings. And then on November 12th, we held a community meeting. Again, Connolly and Hickey presented their findings, and the commission members answered questions from the community and explained some of the process by which what impacts a designation, such as a certificate of issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for certain exterior modifications and other information pertinent to the districting process. And then notices were sent out to each resident of the community. Public meeting tonight was advertised in all the papers. And then we started to receive some preliminary feedback, and the commission, based on the preliminary feedback, elected to extend the public hearing process. So tonight is the first of 2 meetings that we'll have on this. So this evening here at December 10th will be the start of the public hearing. The commission is interested in hearing community feedback on the proposed districts for Oakcroft and Wheeler Street. And the matter will not be concluded this evening, will be carried to the January 9th, 2020 special meeting of the HPC. At which the commission then will continue to accept additional public comment and then render a final recommendation to the Township Council. In addition, there is a provision in the ordinance that allows for protests. I know some members of the community have already submitted protests. The commission has also elected to extend the window for submission of protest documentation to December 31st of this year. So folks still have another 21 days to get those letters and documentation in should they object to the proposed districting. Following the commission's recommendation on January 9th, that recommendation will go to the Township Council. The Township Council then will review the recommendation and refer it to the Planning Board. The Planning Board then will hear the proposed districting at a public meeting as well and make a recommendation back to the Township Council regarding the proposed districting. Once the Township Council is in receipt of the Planning Board's recommendation, in conjunction with the HPC's recommendation, it is up to the Council to take final action to determine and landmark the districts. So that's kind of the process going forward. To assist residents throughout this entire process, we've set up a dedicated website. It's montclairnjusa.org/Oakcroft Wheeler. That web page has all the information that you need, links to the full nomination reports for download, information on all the previous meetings, including video broadcasts of all the previous meetings, which are available on YouTube, so you can see the presentation. We've posted the hard copy PDF of the presentation by Connolly and Hickey so that you can download that presentation and take a look at that. There's tons of resources up there. Trying to think if there's anything additional. There's information on the protest procedures and information about our forthcoming meeting on January 9th. At the conclusion of this meeting, I'll be sure to also add a link to watch this meeting on the webpage as well. At the top of the webpage, I've added a sign-up link as well. So if you click that link, we'll populate a draft email for you to send over to me to be added to our distribution list. So a number of ways to get involved and stay connected. Again, my business card is at the back of the room should you have any further questions. Want to reach out to me directly after this meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. And Graham also put together a letter from me delineating what he's basically just said. So tonight will be live streamed on Montclair 34, and this is also available on YouTube in case you want to refer to it later on, in the week or so. So what we're going to do, we'll hear comments from Oakcroft first. We're really, the commission will not be discussing things now. Our discussion will be held until January 9th. I invite you all to come back at that time. You can make additional comments, maybe based on something you saw tonight or something that you've seen watching the video. In between Oakcroft and Wheeler Street comments, I've invited Mr. Jeffrey Darby from the Glen Ridge Historic Preservation Commission. They have they have an ordinance in place, and I've asked them just to speak to how some of the issues that may be raised, how they handle it in Glen Ridge. So why don't we start with Oakcroft people. If you come up to the podium, make sure you sign in. Who would like to, come on, break the ice.
Save your property. All right.
Yes.
And should I be addressing
Did you-
or addressing?
No, to us. You're making your comments to us.
Okay.
Did you sign in?
Make sure the
I s-
microphone's on, everyone will be able to.
Microphone is on.
Yes. Why don't we have the next person come up to start the process, right? And then wait for Mr.
Go ahead.
Wait, identify yourself, please.
Right. Hi, I'm Michael Matthews. I live at 18 Princeton Place, which is one of the properties in the Oakcroft district that we're discussing here. So I don't want to speak at great length. I just want to raise 3 points. One is that, speaking for myself, I get the impression that this is something that is being done to us rather than for us, residents. And I cite as evidence of this a quotation from you, at least it's attributed to you, in the Thursday, November 21st newspaper, Montclair, whatever. And it says, the benefits, in brackets, of historic district status are really benefits for the entire town. Are really benefits for the entire town. We always talk about Montclair being a diverse town with diverse neighborhoods, diverse styles, and it goes on from that. So that's the sense that we get. Now, I know that Oakcroft is part of Montclair and it contributes to the ambience of Montclair, but for us residents, this is something that it feels is being done to us and not for us. And I suspect it may be the same for the other district as well. So that's the first point. Second point is that we've been assured that property values are going to increase, are likely to increase, that the data show that property values increase with this designation. I looked at that. I actually went and looked at some of the original studies of this, and it's not unequivocal at all. And I meant to bring a piece of paper with me where I'd copied this out, but I hope I can get it on my phone, where it says, and this is a study which says, studies relying on longitudinal data to examine price changes in the wake of designation generally find that historic preservation has a negligible or even negative effect on property values. Negligible or even negative.
And
Now, I
where's-
know that there are different methodologies for
Right.
studying this. There are several different ones. I've read all about it. But what is stated, if not on your website, on one that is linked to it, is the property values are going to go up. There's a study that was done in, I think, Charleston, North Carolina. I don't know how relevant that is, where they did go up. But there are lots of other studies where they didn't go up and even went down. So I think that this needs to be taken into account.
May I ask which study you're quoting from?
Okay, the source for this, I can send it to you by email, is Evidence and Innovation in Housing Law and Policy, edited by Lee Ann Fennell and Benjamin J. Keyes, Cambridge University Press, 2017. It's written by Ingrid Gould Ellen, who is the Paulette Goddard Professor of Urban Policy and Planning and Director for the Furman. Do you want me to go through this? Furman
no, maybe you
Center
could
for
just
Real
send that
Estate.
to-
So these are academics with
right.
real credentials, and it's a real citation
Right,
in a peer-reviewed book.
okay.
Whereas a lot of the evidence that has been cited on the website is not of that nature. It's a letter from someone or another, for example. So that's my second point. My third point is that I don't know how many of you are residents of Montclair. Some of you probably are, but some of you probably aren't. And I don't know how many of you are residents of either of these two districts. Could I ask you that? Am I allowed to ask that?
No one would be a resident of the district would be participating if they were a resident of the district. So as far as Montclair, I don't know if we have anyone who's
We're
out
all
of
residents
Montclair.
of Montclair.
The Historic Preservation Commission rules allow for a member to be an expert who doesn't live in town, but it so happens that everyone here lives in town.
So it seems to me, that's good, but it seems to me that when decisions are to be taken as to whether a property is in compliance when it comes to a change that is being proposed, there should be residents involved in that. I don't mean that the entire committee should be composed of residents, but there should be representation of residents on the committee. And I notice that there are a lot of unfilled positions on the committee. Is that right?
That's what I announced. I invite
Yeah.
you to apply.
So there are three categories, A and B and C, and from what I
Exactly.
see on the website, there's no one in Group C. You're supposed to have
Well,
a member on Group C?
Correct me if I'm wrong, are people that don't need to live in the township, correct?
No, Group
On
C.
the opposite.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Class C members are required to be residents but do not need any expertise.
Oh, so there's none,
A and B are experts.
so we're all A and B, yes.
You're all A and B, there's no representation of C, and you're supposed to be one. Is that correct?
No.
Yes, we have 57 members, and you have only 6.
Okay, so those are my points.
Well, but to your point, I'd just like to say that the planning board has also conducted business with fewer than the number of people that need to be on the commission.
So maybe you're not in compliance with your own rules. I don't know. I'm just.
I'm sorry, let me refer to our attorney.
The commission is legally constituted. Because Class C just means that they're a resident who don't necessarily have to have any expertise. Virtually anyone sitting up here can be classified as a Class C member. I mean, that's not really, so the board is constituted legally. That's not, shouldn't be an issue here tonight, but you raised it, so address it.
Take a look at your website. It says there should be a member in Group C.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Auth. I live at 3 Princeton Place. Me and my family have lived there for over 22 years, and we've seen the neighborhood grow and change. I'm sort of reiterating the opposition letter that my husband submitted earlier this week. We've watched our neighborhood grow. People take very nice care of the properties. We don't believe that there is a need for a designation of anything which will impose limitations and restrictions on what we can do with our properties. As you can take a look, if you look in our neighborhood, there's just people take care of their properties and they invest in those properties. And I, for example, can say that on our own house, we've put on at least 2 or 3 different additions in the 22 years we've lived here, and those would not have been something we could have done easily without going to this committee or some committee to get some sort of permission to do. And I don't see that that is necessary, and I don't think that benefits our community, and I don't think that our neighborhood needs that. And in fact, quite frankly, if we would have had to go through those kinds of hoops to put those additions onto our property, we would have gone to another town and we would have left Montclair. I can give you another example. In our neighborhood, there was another property that had become quite dilapidated because an elderly woman lived there. Someone came in, they purchased the property, they completely redid it, put a whole new wing on, made a great room. Again, those things would have been very burdensome to do if the neighborhood had been a designated historic district, and people wouldn't go through those kinds of hoops. My take home here would be that if there are individuals that are interested in having their property designated as a historic property, maybe they can do that on an individual basis. We have that in Montclair, and we have a couple even in our neighborhood, but I don't see that should be put upon us, as the previous speaker put. It's really being put on us, and there's no need for it, and we oppose it.
Thank you.
If I did just want to make reference, given that the last speaker referenced protest or opposition letter, just to advise all members in the audience, all the commission members have received copies of the received opposition letters through today. And then I also provided listings on the back table of all those that we've received so far, so that those are available as well for you to see.
Thank you, Greg. Any?
Hi, my name is Taffy Matthews. I live also in 18 Princeton Place in Montclair, and I was here the last time, and also I just heard the resident talking in front of me, and I think that one of the reasons why people may oppose is because they don't have the details. And we don't have a list of what are the things that are going to be important for the commission or for the preservation that will make a difference to everyone. So, for example, I know that last time, or I don't know exactly where I heard it, that the color of the house, I'm just giving an example, the color of the house is not going to be imposed, but there are going to be recommendations for the color, all right? So I may feel very comfortable with it because nobody tells me you have to have your house, white or shades of white or things like this as in other places. However, I don't know about other things. What about windows? What about doors? There isn't a list on the website that I could find in which all those details were mentioned. So if we have more details, more knowledge exactly what can be done, what we will be permitted to do and what things we will not, then that's going to solve a lot of problems, in my opinion. So that's my one comment. And the other comment is about the fee that we have to pay. I don't know if you call it a fee or whatever people will have to pay. So my question is, if the commission is volunteer, made of volunteer and people not get paid, why there should be a fee to pay?
Can you? we
People don't like to pay money for anything, right?
No,
So
I
even if it's $50, they get upset. They can spend, I don't know, $250 on an expensive restaurant, and they won't want to pay $50 for this. So, thank you.
The council's established, many years ago, established a fee for applications, a fee schedule for applications. I guess there doesn't have to be a fee, but this fee schedule was established. There are costs associated with development applications. That's why, I assume that's why we have it. But there's no,
Right.
which
I
fee
agree
which
with
fee are
you.
you speaking about, actually?
I agree. If the town wants it, then the town could pay for it. If they have any expenses to do with it, then they could pay for it. So thank you.
My name is Don Rifkin, 115 Edgemont Road, and I say this a lot, with all the contentious issues. I have friends on both sides. If I disagree with you, it's not personal, and I hope it has no impact on the relationships we have. I'm going to try to pose these as somewhat questions. I haven't read the hundreds of pages that have been issued. I've just skimmed over some. My first question is really important, which is just, what is the objective? And as somebody mentioned, what is the problem to be fixed? The neighborhood, I believe, is over 100 years old. It's a beautiful neighborhood. If I have a pet peeve, people throw out the dreaded boogeyman word, McMansions, and it's one of those kind of words that is designed to get us all worked up. And I don't see it happening. Secondly, there is a disincentive. I'd love to know, I'll pose this question, what does it cost to make a proposal? It may be true, maybe not, but I've been told, first of all, before you do anything, you're going to have to spend money to get it approved. Then you add on the cost of doing it. And then, best case, they say, okay, approved, that's the best case, and you have money, you've paid out. Worst case is that, sorry, we don't like that. You're going to have to spend more money because the money you're going to spend on that material is not sufficient. So then you've gone through one, you find out it's going to cost you more, you come back. You just don't know. You're just entering some unknown phase. I don't understand, I don't know the impact of our taxes. Will our houses be appraised for a great amount of money? Will we find out one day we get a tax bill and it's a couple $1,000s more that we didn't anticipate and didn't know about? I have to believe, regardless if the rules in place are hard and fast, this is going to be a subjective experience of whether people approve it or not. And that concerns me. There may be rules of the road, but in the end, it's a subjective opinion of people whose home it's not their home, and maybe they don't live in the area. Along with that, I should have talked about it before, but if you don't know the costs, I know there's some things we've done to beautify the home. I never would have done it if I knew that it was extra expenses, if people would have not liked the taste, they wouldn't have liked the materials. I just wouldn't have bothered. And people compliment me a lot, my wife a lot, on how nice her house looks. It wouldn't look the way it looks if this were the case, I believe. And again, I'm here to learn, even though I'm making opinions, I really am here to learn. I'm very open to discussion. And then finally, worries me a lot. If I were to move into a neighborhood ready to make a bid, and if the person didn't clarify what you have to go through to make a change, I would probably take that person to court. If I did know, I'd say thanks, no thanks. I really don't want to get involved in a situation where I don't know what I'm getting into. And from a personal experience, I have a brother who did renovations, and for several months in Brooklyn, he was paying 2 mortgages. And that's quite a surprise when you buy a house and you find out that, oh, sorry, it's going to take several months. Perhaps there's delays in getting in front of people. Perhaps there's delays that you can't do it. And the buyers, I would be a buyer, and I'd say, I really don't want to put myself in a position of having to spend tens of thousands of dollars over something that I don't control. So concerns. Again, maybe there's answers readily, maybe there's not. Something to think about. I'm opening to change my mind, but I have some concerns.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lisa Ann Renner. I live at 42 Godfrey Road, and I've been there for 25 years. I wholeheartedly support the designation. I believe a historic district is a form of protection, number one, for individual property owners and the value of their substantial investment, and number two, for the historic integrity of the neighborhood overall. If you think of districts as seatbelts that protect against everything from fender benders, for example, out of state or out of character alterations, to catastrophes such as a tear down that's replaced by an architecturally out of character sore thumb. So to reject the designation is like saying, I've never been in a car accident, so why should I wear seatbelts? Districting protects against the inconceivable, which is inconceivable only until it happens. Tear downs are not a theoretical threat. This year, Montclair saw $2 million plus historic homes in the estate district that were torn down. Just last week, a house across the street from Anderson Park applied for a demolition permit. And in Oakcroft in June at 45 Brookfield Road, that was marketed as a potential tear down. Fortunately, it wound up as a renovation instead. But had it gone in the opposite direction, there would have been nothing to prevent the new structure from being architecturally incompatible amongst a street of historic houses. Often residents call for a historic district only after egregious changes trigger their alarm. Creating a historic district now, before that moment ever comes, puts us ahead of the game. That's why the township's master plan is advocating for historic districts, and it's also why the State Historic Preservation Office funded the grant for these reports. So they understand that a historic district is a safety system that will be in place if something like a tear down is proposed, or God forbid, somebody's house burns down and that house has to be replaced with something entirely different. And those are extreme examples, I get that, but it's also the incremental changes that occur over the years, such as altered windows, added siding, changed doors, removed porches. These are the things that commonly slowly erode historic character. And districting does address these too. It doesn't forbid improvements, but it does manage change, hopefully for the better. And this in turn preserves the value and the curb appeal of homes in the neighborhood, which protects everyone's property values, yours and your neighbors. The extremely in-depth report that was submitted this fall by Connolly and Hickey Historical Architects makes a very convincing and compelling case for the historic significance of Oakcroft and its qualifications for designation. More than 40 studies have addressed the relationship between historic designation and property values, and they generally have been pointing to a positive or at least a neutral effect from designation. And these are studies not just done by historic preservation advocates, these are studies by the New York City Budget Office and by people at Rutgers University and others that are high quality, well done with strong methodologies. So increased property values and property taxes, I do not believe, will be a significant financial burden to Oakcroft residents. Historic districts are a tried and true preservation planning tool, first used in 1931 in Charleston. They've been a long and strong track record. There are scores of them in New Jersey already. For example, more than 90% of Glen Ridge has been in a historic district for about 30 years, and people are not fleeing Glen Ridge. And Montclair itself already has 4 commercial historic districts. Oakcroft deserves to join this lineup, and I hope the HPC will recommend its designation.
Thank you. Good evening. I live at 7 Princeton. The name is Carol Ferentz, and I was going to wait until January 9th to speak, but I need to address what was just said by one of my neighbors around the corner, who I believe is one of the driving forces of this attempt at having government tell us how to take care of our own properties. And I think it should be clear that she is entitled to her opinions, and she does have a website, but that website called Oakcroft something or other, a lot of people get mixed up in believing that it's part and parcel of this committee, and I was assured the very first evening I came that it was not, because I came down upset because my home is portrayed on her website when it is a non-contributing house. My home has been drastically modified. It is in conformance, as Mr. Connolly's partner assured me, and a beautiful home, but doesn't matter that I'm a single woman, but I've managed to keep that going, and I really do not want to have the government really imposing more. I have sat and watched many of these meetings, and what some people have to go through, hoops. The last meeting, Mr. Petto, I really don't normally like to say this, but with all due respect, you said that, there's only 6 or 9 permits that were never granted. But what you didn't tell the people were that many permits that ultimately went through, it took them months and years to get that permission. The other thing is that what this board, and I'm looking forward to see, is nobody's concerned about the economic impact on the property owners. It's thousands and thousands of dollars. And another issue, my next door neighbor, Dorothy Outh, mentioned her home. Her home has been modified as much as mine has, but I don't believe that that indication is in the records. And also, the home that she did describe, and I've been there 28 years, so when I moved onto Princeton Place, I was the second youngest. I am now the second oldest. So that shows you how the generations have gone on. The home that Dorothy referred to was a tragedy. It was an elderly woman, because I'm an older woman, who really had nobody around until somebody got to her son in California. The house was dilapidated. But the picture that is shown on Oakcroft to show historical shows it in its original condition, not the one now. And what I am saying is that I think this board has got to consider what the self-serving motives are, or whoever is driving this. But I think that there comes a point in time that while majority doesn't always rule when it comes to committee decisions, but you really have to listen to the heartfelt feelings of some of the people. And quite frankly, I took umbrage to a comment. Oh, it's mine. Nobody ever calls me. I took umbrage to the comment, and it may have come out wrong, Ms. Bennett, because I have said things that came out wrong too. But when there was a gentleman here in November who said, very disturbed, that this was going to be costly, and this was quoted in the paper, well, don't you want to live in a pretty neighborhood? You know something? We do.
Hi, everyone. My name is Constantine Kaploon. I'm from 27 Brookfield Road. And I was going to reserve my comments until the following meeting. I probably still should for a lot of them. Yes. Well, so a couple of challenges. One is, a lot of us try to live our lives, go about our business, enjoy our homes and families, and not worry about all of this. And all of a sudden, This room is filled with people, as if we had nothing better to do but come in here and defend our property rights. And I have to wonder, why? And especially for Oakcroft, that neighborhood, yeah, there have been little changes here and there along the way. But I've been there almost 20 years, and I haven't seen drastic changes. And my question is, why is that? Why is it that Oakcroft doesn't have drastic changes? Does anybody have that answer? Has that been studied? Because the earlier question was on point. What are we trying to fix? And no, I don't agree with the analogy that we need a seatbelt. This is not analogous to a car in an accident. These are our homes. It's our neighborhood. And by the way, the people in this neighborhood have been maintaining this neighborhood more or less in the same condition historically. If this change is imposed in our neighborhood, option one, the property values go up. If property values go up, taxes go up. There is no abatement for the taxes, and our taxes are already high. If the average amount of tax per year on a home in our neighborhood is around $18,000.
19.
Thank you. 19. Almost 20. That's almost somebody's salary. And now they're going to go up even more. What's that going to do to the community? That's one. Two, apart from the increase in taxes, some of these houses have poor insulation, or they have old materials on the outside, or they have old leaded windows that are not efficient, energy efficient. And some people are concerned about either global warming, or they're concerned about just making their home more energy efficient, or trying to save money as opposed to holding it up and burning it. And if they need to replace their windows because they want to be more energy efficient, well, now they can't. Now they have to go and get the same leaded windows, because I can't go and get some Anderson replacement plastic windows if I want. Even if they'll look good, it's not the same thing. And at the very least, they have to come here to ask for permission, beg for permission to change their leaded windows to energy efficient windows so they could spend less money per year heating their homes. Why do we need to do that? That's going to increase the cost of living for the residents of our community. Every one of these little steps is going to increase the cost of living to everybody in our community. And by the way, my house, this is so funny, my house was built in 1968. And I'm getting preserved. But it's going to increase our costs of living. Then we have the tax issue, and if our taxes go up, well, now we're at 24, 25, 26. Nobody can even say exactly where we're going to be. So to add, by the way, for somebody to, speak for all of us and say, we can all afford this, I apologize, but I don't think we could all afford this. And if that person believes that we can, how about put that in money so that we could all pay for it? It'll all be paid for us. Because we can't all afford this. Because some of us love our community, but we're reaching a point where we have to, if it gets any harder, we're going to leave. We're going to leave. And what this regulation is going to do is it's going to cause more of us to leave. So the irony of the idea that trying to preserve a neighborhood, by definition, is going to change the demographic of the neighborhood. That's ironic. Because people are going to leave. You're going to change the people that live in the community. They're going to be forced out. And here's another irony. So if the property values do go up, you ever hear of Mount Laurel? Think about this one. For all the construction that has to occur for multiple dwellings, they have to have a certain amount of units that are designated Mount Laurel housing for low-income families, right? Why is that? Well, that's because we want to give affordable housing to a certain group of people. We want to have a diverse community. What are we doing with our community if the entire community's prices are going to go up? What are we going to say? A couple of houses are going to be Mount Laurel designated? We're taking a whole block of the township and we're jacking up everybody's expenses and the value of everybody's home. What happened to Mount Laurel? How are we going to deal with that? Or we're not. And the rise in the property value is what's supposed to attract us to this concept. Except nobody can guarantee that there's going to be a rise, and a rise in itself is a problem because it increases taxes. But what if you're wrong? What if there is no rise? In fact, what if there's a downturn because of this? What if people don't want to buy these houses because of all the restrictions and the regulations? What did we achieve? And this echoes an earlier point. This is being done to us, not by us. Not for us, not by us. This is incredibly problematic. So for a neighborhood that hasn't truly changed in character significantly, ever, this would be the biggest change that you'd make to it by trying to preserve it.
Okay, thank you
Thank you.
very much. Anybody else for Oakcroft?
I think this is the last one.
Good evening.
Oh,
Just state your name and
Yes,
your address.
it's Ilmar Vanderer, and I live at 127 Edgemont Road, which is listed on the proposal as one of the contributing homes for the Oakcroft Historic District. And I know in advance already from what I've heard tonight that my opinion may be in the minority and it may be unpopular, but of course I'm not afraid to express it because I know that I'm among nice friends and neighbors who are caring, thoughtful, understanding people. Otherwise, they would not have shown up tonight and taken the time to come and contribute to the dialogue and discussion. So, just to give a little bit of background, for 4 years, I was involved in the effort to save and reopen the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library, which very well could have been closed and sold and repurposed as a retail store. It is a National Historic Landmark building, for those who don't know. And for the previous 2 years, I've been working unpaid, free of charge, which I think is pretty unheard of, with the owner of the Bellevue Movie Theater to try to get a tenant for the building. And they are here in the audience, and they're coming up before the board, as a matter of fact, tonight with their wonderful proposal. So I do these things because I inherently care about the character and history of the community, which is on display throughout various places in our town. I have lived here all my life. I'm a graduate of Montclair High School, and I'm facing you mostly because I think my comments are less directed to the board than perhaps to the audience. And I feel that if we don't act to preserve some of our history, it may not be here much longer, as evidenced by the 2 examples that I just gave. Because if it weren't for the constant efforts of many people, and of course I was not alone in these initiatives, there was a groundswell of community support.
It's not houses, Seiko.
Thank you so much. I'm aware of that, but thank you for reminding me. And it seems that a lot of people are concerned about preservation only when it doesn't cost them anything. To give some background about myself, I'm perhaps one of the most cost-conscious people in the room and maybe have the least amount of money of anyone in the room and the least ability to pay my taxes in the neighborhood. So I definitely share and hear the economic concerns.
Excuse me.
But I would... Yeah, but I would appreciate if people could give consideration to the other side of the issue, which I have to be honest and feel that the previous speaker, Lisanne Renner, expressed very well. In addition to the point she made about the house that is has apparently applied for a permit to be torn down, there is also the Buzz Aldrin house, which is firmly in the Oakcroft district, and it would certainly be a shame if that residence met a similar fate, which of course might well happen if there were not any kind of restraints or protections. So I'm just here to say, I'm certainly not here to trample on anyone's rights, certainly not anyone's rights to speak up and be heard, but I merely would like to remind people there is a lot of history all over town that is worthy of protection. If this may not be the ideal solution, perhaps another solution could be worked out, but I think that the initiative that the council has that the commission has put forth is very worthy. I personally don't feel there's anything malicious or nefarious in its intent or oppressive, that was somehow deliberately the motivation and the driving factor to do this. I would be honored to live in an historic district in a town that I'm very proud to call home and hope to reside in for the rest of my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Oakcroft? And can I say we really need to limit the comments now because we're getting on in time. So if you could limit it to 4 minutes?
Okay, I'll try to make it very quick.
Okay.
Howard Ronderman, 11 Carteret. We heard a little bit from, the people who are for it here, and it felt a little bit like some scare tactics, the seatbelt, the car accident. We don't want to wait until it happens to address it. And that's true, and nobody wants to see this happen. No one wants to see teardowns. No one wants to see out-of-character buildings built. But is there possibly not a middle ground? Do we have to restrict the kind of shingles on our house, the shape of our windows, our doorbells, to prevent a building from being built in the wrong character? Can't we somehow address that directly? It feels like there's a solution here in search of a problem, that we're taking a broad swath of what can and can't be done to try to prevent some very specific things. And I understand the idea of the creep of a neighborhood changing over time. But isn't that sort of what happens to all neighborhoods? Isn't that a good thing? Don't neighborhoods have to evolve to some degree? I mean, don't we have to have more, energy efficient housing? And don't we have to have more, housing that's more accessible, handicap accessible? These changes would be prevented, or at least very difficult for us to make. And I think that maybe, the top-down solution may not work for everybody here. I think maybe it should be addressed from a broader issue. All right.
All right, thank you. Is there any other-buddy from Oakcroft that would like to speak? Miss, are you coming forward? All right. Nobody else from Oakcroft? Okay, so the Oakcroft session now will end. As Graham has told you, we will continue this again in January. So if you have any other concerns, we will certainly go back with the comments that we have heard tonight, and we may have some more information to give you at the next meeting. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Jeffrey Darby forward. Oh, let's go forward. Mr. Darby is from the Glen Ridge Historic Preservation Commission. They have been in existence for 30, how many years? 30?
1987.
Okay, so a little bit,
little more than 30.
Predate the creation of the HPC here in Montclair. And I asked him to come tonight just to listened to some of the comments that were brought forth, and in a very compressed time period, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, just address some of them and how you deal with them in Glen Ridge. I know people are really interested in how many applications come before you, how many are approved, what the time lag is. Maybe that you could speak to that.
First, I want to thank the commission for having this open forum. I think it's really important that that happen. I'd like to deal with the comments regarding the people who are on the commission. First of all, it's all volunteer, as they said. These are hard slots to fill. People don't want to volunteer to do this. That's why, regarding the open seats, the people who are here who are complaining about open seats should perhaps apply, as Ms. Chair Bennett said, to become a member of this and not just do it from the outside. I want to deal with a couple of things. First, it is not the purpose of the Glen Ridge Historic Preservation Commission to come in an adversarial position for applications which are being put in front of us. In fact, the opposite is true. The commission works very hard with the homeowners to attempt to find a common ground solution. And in fact, in many cases, what happens is the homeowner gets a lot of free advice from architects, builders, lawyers on how to actually solve the problem that they're looking to solve. If that means expanding, if that means taking out some things that they didn't like because it doesn't match the lifestyle of today versus the lifestyle of 1920. We're fully aware of that, and it's our role in Glen Ridge, at least, and I'm sure the same here, is not to say no, 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 but rather find a way to say yes. That's what we attempt to do in Glen Ridge. And I have to look this up, but in the last year, which would have been 2018, we had 49 petitions in 2018 that were brought in front of us for rehabilitation. Now, Glen Ridge is a town of 1,700 homes, just to try to put it in perspective. You know, there's 7,000 people live in Glen Ridge. 38,000 people, I think, live in Montclair, something like that. So it's clearly different. There was not a single application denied. No application was denied. There were no demolitions, but that's because nobody wanted to demolish. There were 2, however, revisits of an as-built condition. Now, an as-built condition, for the people behind me, is where someone has an application that's been approved, they go off and their builder does something different. And that becomes now an as-built condition. And so that has to come back in front of the commission in Glen Ridge. I'll give you an example, and then I'll shut up, about how we work to say yes. When we expanded the district 5 years ago, I think it is now, although it might be 6, the largest people who didn't want to expand was the Glen Ridge Country Club, because they didn't want to have to, and if they expanded the club or made changes, like many of the residents here, they felt they would be a lot of onerous conditions. It turned out, in the end, that when they came in front of the commission for their major expansion, not only did we work with them, but they ended up with a better product. Now, here's what happened on the as-built. The builder didn't follow the approved plans that were laid out and approved by the township, the planning board, and the engineers. The country club did not notice this. The commission noticed this. Went back to the builder. Made them stop. The builder then had to retrofit back to the plan that had been approved, and to thank us for catching this, to thank us for being on top of their build. We actually all got taken out to dinner by the country club. So that's an anecdote, I realize, but I did say there was one as-built condition that we made a change to and denied they thanked us for that. People thank the commission constantly for helping them succeed in what their goal is, whether that goal is to put a great room on the side of the house, change windows, et cetera, et cetera. It's a long list of things. At least in Glen Ridge, we don't approve doorbells. So I have no idea where that comes through. Also, we don't approve electrical. Code does that. We approve only what you can see from the street and only what we believe will be detrimental to the streetscape. Not necessarily to the individual building, but to the streetscape. I'll give you another example, and then my time's gone, and that is there was a tear down in Glen Ridge and on Ridgewood Avenue, and the proposal that came in was to build 2 large homes. In the end, they built 2 large homes. However, they were 30% smaller than what they originally proposed. And yet, the biggest complaint we get from Glen Ridge residents is how could the HPC have allowed something that big to be built on that property? So I just say that and they're probably right, but because we're trying hard to get to yes, and that's the goal of the commission. So I understand there's a lot of fear here that there are going to be onerous things put on them, but the commission's goal is not to say no. The commission's goal is to say yes and maintain the integrity of the streetscape. So if you can't see it from the street, God bless you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will have people come up to speak about Wheeler Street, okay? 5 minutes. have a show of hands of how many people want to speak to Wheeler Street? Okay. Yes. What? 9, 10. All right. If I can please ask you to condense your comments to 4 minutes at the most, okay? That's 45? 5 minutes, 5 minutes at the most. We have applications that are going on afterwards. So as we did before, if people would line up, we could save a little bit of time if you sign your name and come to the podium, identify yourself, and please give your address. You may begin, miss.
Good evening, council. My name is Gay Overby Cole, and I live at 26 Wheeler Street in Montclair, New Jersey. And my family has owned the property since 1947. My house is aging, and I have worked hard since my grandfather died in the 1990s to preserve the house there. I just want to say this. You know, when you grow up in Montclair, you learn history of Montclair. There's a reason why that street is named Wheeler Street down there in the 4th Ward. Because if we go back into history, Mr. Crane, who came here, established all that property. He owned all that property. He had Glenfield Park. And then he sold some of that park to Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Wheeler had a mill in Glenfield Park in the Glen, and the opening is still there. And we are doing construction, or have done completed construction, over the bridge, the pathway from Glen Ridge to Montclair. My parents, my grandparents, and a lot of the folks that are in here tonight, family, were raised in that area. I'm kind of broken, torn between the historical and not having it be historical. As far as my house is concerned, I don't want it deemed historical because I want to do what I want to do to my house. If I want to put up some bricks and plant my little flowers in front of my house, I want to do that without paying $100 per application. If I want to change the steps, right? Or if I want to plant some nice, beautiful flowers, or change the color of my house. I don't want to do that. Well, this is what I hear. I hear you. I see you shaking your head, but I understand with the Historical Society or preservation that you have to go through an application. You may only be allowed to paint your house a certain color. You can't do this. You can't do that. That's not what I want. What I do want, if Wheeler Street was deemed historical community, would be to see the improvements of the area, beautifying the area. Okay? That area down there was built on middle class families, blacks and Italians. Blacks and Italians. My mother could tell you every single person that lived on that block and who the African Americans that migrated here from the South brought the house from those Italian families that immigrated here from Italy. You know, I'm emotional. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. I'm very emotional, and I just have to leave on this one point. Just hold on, bear with me 1 minute. Someone sent me a text message because they own a house on Monroe Place, and they said, "Gay, stay calm, but go back to the first meeting that you came to when you saw the lady that was coming down the street taking pictures, looking at everybody's house and on a clipboard writing things down. And I'm standing on my porch and I'm saying to myself, what is this lady doing? Why is she on our block? Can't nobody come on Wheeler Street without going through me? You can't do that." So I watched. 4 days went by. 5 days went by. 2 weeks went by. So you know what I did? It was April of 2019. I was spring break. I was off for a week, finally. I stood on my balcony and I watched this lady and I called out all the men on my block and said, "This lady is doing something that ain't right. It's not right. Somebody better talk to her." So this young man across the street at 27, I said, "Can you go find out what she's doing?" They stopped her. Then I got another neighbor, Miss Karen, Taylor Jones, Miss Karen, her husband. Then I got Reverend Andrews. I said, somebody better go find out what's going on, because you don't want me to come downstairs and find out. And come to find out, she comes and she tells us that she was hired by the township to look at all the houses in our area, because the Historical Historical Society wanted to deem our houses historical and make a community of historical houses. I'm not just here representing 26 Wheeler Street, but I'm also representing 33 Woodland Avenue, which I'm a member of a club, which is the Montclair Women's Community Circle. Mm-hmm. First African American building owned on that street. Okay? Okay? And I don't want to see anything happen to that building. We try our best. The women, I'm actually one of the youngest women in the club. Everybody else is in their 80s and 90s that's helping these women. And we want to keep that building. My question, again, not even a question, but what I'm going to say to you guys is that I understand with Oakcroft, you know, there's bills out there that's sitting on the governor's desk to help folks and probably give folks money, homeowners money, that's moderate income families. But there has to be some grants. I mean, for anybody to approve this, especially down at the Wheeler Street side, there has to be some grants out there, or some public-private sectors and appropriation to assist moderate income homeowners like myself, who want to stay in their homes. I want to pass my home off to my child, to my daughter, to my grandson. Okay, I want to stay in Montclair. Mm-hmm. The house been in my family since 1947, and I'm not going to let it go for no one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Weingarten. We renovated number 5 Wheeler 10 years ago when the entire block was let's just say derelict. And it didn't take any commission to motivate us. I want to thank you for letting us speak. You may not like what I have to say, but I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. I wish to make 4 points. Number one, we don't want anyone telling us what we can do and cannot do in our homes. We don't want you, Ms. Bennett, designating these homes. You hired an academic interloper to search for rationalizations. How much is she being paid from the $25,000 grant so that you all can disrupt the community? She does not even live in Montclair, and none of this board lives or has property in this proposed district and will never feel the consequences of your actions. 3 houses in particular that you want to designate historic: 28 Wheeler, owned by Leon Bryant, an aircraft worker; 19 Wheeler, owned by Lucas Choice, a mechanic. Both are dead, and it was World War II, and in World War II, everyone was working these kinds of jobs. Nothing special here. 28 Wheeler, if you did your homework, is already renovated, so the owner has to restore the house to its previous dilapidated condition. Finally, 38 Willowdale, because an athlete, Aubrey Lewis, lived there when he was a child. The proposal claims the Wheeler Street neighborhood's historical significance dates from 1910 to 1930. Aubrey Lewis was born in 1936, years after the designation. For a person from Columbia University, you certainly didn't do your homework. 2, the houses in this district are conventional. Choosing dates between 1910 and 1930 is absurd. In Montclair, where virtually the entire town houses were built from the 1880s to the 1940s. As a matter of fact, 3 of you on the board live in houses built in 1901, Ms. Bennett, 1919, Mr. Greenbaum, and 1923, Ms. Kane Levy. Why not designate your houses with all the restrictions? That would entail choosing a few houses with a sketchy racialization to limit a whole community, would depress desirability and value for homeowners who would not buy them, knowing the restrictions. 3, you use culture as another prop for your designation. This is not Bourbon Street, New Orleans. It's not Charlotte. Nothing much happened here. People went to work and came home. Most of them are dead. You can't designate a historic district by culture when the culture is not unique or special. Where is Lincoln's log cabin? Where's Lincoln? All you have is good, honest, ordinary folks in historically conventional working class houses. 4, you wish to designate unless 1/3 of the owners say no. Well, we have 1/3 of the owners saying no already, and we're looking for more to make it clear that we don't want you and your interlopers in our neighborhood telling us what to do. So whoever has not signed our form, please do so. And thank you for your time.
Hi. Can you hear? Hi, my name is Raya Zafrina, and I thank this commission for letting me speak on behalf of this issue. I'm the owner of 5 Wheeler Street, and I'm here to oppose the Wheeler Street District designation. I came to the United States as a refugee from war, from the former Soviet Union. I came here for the freedom and dreams that America gives people. I work hard, and my dream to become a homeowner was achieved, much like all of those people in this room who work hard to become proud homeowners. I feel that trying to push this designation is pure dictatorship. I know when I see it because I lived through this back in USSR. When people is power dictate the rules without involving the general public, it's not a democracy. Did everyone on this, thank you. Did everyone on this commission read this 48-page report? I am suspecting you have not. The proposal suggests that this area is significant because of its development between 1910 and 1930, but large portion of Montclair were built around the same time period as well. According to the records found in the New Jersey Association of County Tax Boards, there is 11,204 properties in this township, 10,540 of which have a record of the year built. Of those 10,540 properties, 42.4% of this building in Montclair were built during the 1910 to 1930 time period. I also want to point out that 3 of 6 the members of this commission have houses on Glenwood Road, Lloyd Road, and Arsley Road. Their houses built in the beginning of the 20th century. So we ask, why don't the commission members submit their own neighborhoods for historic district designation? The answer is simple. They are in charge of this process, and they don't want to have restrictions placed on their houses. For example, when they want to change a light in the front of the house, or change windows to better quality to pay less for heat, or to change their doors, or make a nicer front porch, or replace front steps, they would need to beg the commission for permission for any exterior improvements, a process which can be time-consuming and not guarantee ability to achieve what they want. Worst of all, they know that if they decided to sell their houses, the property value would be much less than a house across the street that is not in the historic district. This is because smart buyers would be cautioned to buy a house that comes with a slew of restrictions. The original communication we received suggested that at least 30% of the property owners in the considered area need to voice their protest in written form in order for this designation not to pass. I would like to point out that this largely ignores homeowners' wishes by first putting the burden on the homeowners to protest the designation, which they never asked for. And second, did everybody ask for designation? No. Okay. Second, making it difficult to voice their protest due to vague wording on the notices as to how to actually voice the protest. I would argue that onus instead should fall on the commission to find support for designation of a historic district by having by having a majority of the property owners actually voice their assent. The mechanism by which the commission acted in notifying homeowners and getting our input was very poorly executed, and in my opinion was done so to impede our ability as homeowners to actually participate in this process in democratic way. The notice which was sent did not reach the majority of homeowners 20 days prior to this December 10 hearing, as specified in Montclair Code 347-135B. And furthermore, the wording of this notice suggested owners had to submit their protest 10 days prior to the hearing, which would have been November 30th, interpreted from the sent notice. This would have been nearly impossible to do, since many homeowners did not even receive the notice until a few days before the deadline, especially with Thanksgiving holiday and many people being away visiting family. Further, in order to protest this designation, the homeowner would have to go to the municipal building, obtain a copy of the nomination proposal, read through 48-page document to understand why this area is being considered for designation, understand the implication this would have on us as owners, homeowners, in terms of property values and an ability to make upgrades and modification, and then form a cohesive protest as to why this is not in the best interest for us. This all was meant to happen within the span of a few days, at best, based on the timeline of the serving the original notice. Speaking of the 48-page nomination proposal, while the copious amount of Montclair history, which is included in the document, is very interesting and informative from an academic perspective, it does not in any way persuade me, and I think many of others would agree in this room, that the Wheeler Street District should be designated as a historic. I would like to outline a few reasons for this. First of all, the 5 pages devoted to the history of development of Montclair since the 1600s have no bearing on this district designation. Second, the pages that do tell the story of Montclair from 1910 to 1930 mentioned some property owners in the area at the time, which, although interesting, does not persuade one to consider those properties somehow extra special, because an aircraft worker or restaurant worker or grocery owner lived there. In 1920s, there were close to 2 billion people in the world. In the US, there was roughly 120 million and about 30,000 in Montclair. The proposal outlines the names of a few people who lived in the area, specifying their occupations and some family history. This is wonderful. It's great to hear about folks who lived in the early 20th century and what they did for a living. However, this is no way supports the designation of this area as historic per se. Given that Montclair had a population of around 30,000 at this time, any one of those people's stories, I would bet, would be interesting to hear. However, we wouldn't deem the entire town historical just because of this. For that matter, we would need to designate our entire earth on the one giant historical district, because billions of people have lived and worked on this planet for millions of years. While it is commendable that a few famous people happen to grow up in this area, it does not mean that the entire 97 property area needs to be deemed a historical district. Aubrey Lewis achieved great things in his life, and it is testament to our wonderful community that he chose to remain in Montclair. Lewis moved to his own house in the south end of town, which I'd like to point out had many more historical architectural features and was built in 1906, and is not in the Wheeler Street area. On page 30 of the proposal, it mentioned that, I quote, "The historical and cultural interest may lie less in the individual buildings themselves and instead in the development as a whole and the potential story of migrants from South and immigrants from Europe, but isn't entire country based on the amazing migration of people from other parts of the world to America in the hopes of bettering their lives? By my accent, I think you can tell I also was not born here. I immigrated here 30 years ago from Ukraine, and while I appreciate the garden apartments I lived in Bloomfield when we first immigrated here, I don't consider them a historical landmark which requires such designation. That census alone essentially tells us that the individual buildings in the area are not deemed historically valuable per se. So why are you trying to make the entire neighborhood designated? I can see If, let's say, half of the properties were already historically significant, and the homeowners wanted to preserve the character of the buildings. But that is not the case here. The survey data divides the properties into three categories: key contributing, and non-contributing. Of the 97 properties, only 18.5% of the properties are deemed as key contributing. 41% are deemed non-contributing, meaning those properties were not built during this time period or have been altered and don't reflect the 1910 to 1930 time period. 41%. 41% is not. Yeah, yes, they not contributing. I want to ask who deemed the properties as contributing. This all seems like a very subjective access of the part of a few experts with no actual support to their claims regarding the architectural or historical significance of each property. Furthermore, one of the properties mentioned in the report as being historically significant, 95 Maple Avenue, is listed as non-contributing because the property has actually been altered significantly from its historical appearance. In the recommendation section of the proposal, it is mentioned that for consideration for the National Register of Historic Places, the boundaries may need to be adjusted to make a stronger argument for national consideration. Again, by the proposal's own admittance, there is not a strong argument for designing this area as laid out in this document. The issues include the fact that Lincoln and West End of Maple Avenue are very different in character and purpose than the rest of the proposed area because they are predominantly single-family houses and therefore are not cohesive to the story that this proposal tries to expound. That this area was historically built up as a multifamily area to accommodate the influx of new migrants with limited space. Finally, I want to point out the most crucial aspect for why this designation should not be made. The impact it has on the current homeowners in the area. What does it mean for those of us who own the properties there? Would designating this area as a historical district behoove us? Would it make this area more valuable to prospective buyers and to those who want to continue living there? Or would it hinder our ability to improve our properties, enhance the property value? Those are important considerations to make, and it is crucial that current homeowners in this area are able to democratically participate in this process. I also want to point out that Upper Mountain Avenue, North Mountain Avenue, Highland Avenue have beautiful historical homes with significant architectural details, and roughly half are built during the same time period. Yet, the Commission is not proposing all those streets be designed as historic. It is because owners of those properties are more likely to step up and argue the designation, potentially involving lawyers for fight this. Instead, this is the last sentence.
Yes, please,
That's it.
excuse me,
Okay.
we have more
Instead,
people that want to speak.
Yeah, I know, the last sentence, you given me permission for last sentence. Okay. I have to, okay. Instead, you are going after working class residents of Montclair who live in the Wheeler Street area, and you probably do this, will just allow this to go forward. I like to say to my fellow homeowners, we are stronger when we are together, and we will fight this despite what the Commission may think. Thank you.
Hi. I really need to remind you to keep it to 5 minutes because we need to get through about 8 more people, okay?
I understand.
Can you identify yourself and your
Sure.
address?
My name is Sandy Castor, and I'm here on behalf of 27 Wheeler Street. My parents, Serge and Josette Castor, are back there with my daughter, Raven. So first, second, and third generation are present tonight to speak on behalf of Wheeler Street. Wheeler Street, they purchased Wheeler Street, 27 Wheeler Street in 1987. And the house was built in 1920, so I get that we meet those requirements. And I do want to thank Graham, because Graham, you have been great throughout the process. I have called Graham and probably gave him an earful because I was displeased. And the reason for that is because it doesn't feel like a two-way conversation about what the next step is for Wheeler Street or Montclair in general. So my first thought is the historic preservation stepping beyond what they are designated to do in this case as it pertains to Wheeler Street? My concern becomes, is this a play on trying to maintain affordability, or is this really to preserve the historic nature of Wheeler Street? So if we're talking about the historic nature of Wheeler Street, it goes beyond the structure. It goes to what the gentleman behind me said earlier. It goes to the people. The people are the culture. It's not the structure. It's not the sticks that make up the homes in Wheeler Street. It's the people. So if you displace the people, if you put undue financial hardships on the people to maintain their properties, to make the investments that they need to make in the properties, to make them valuable. Real estate at the end of the day is about dollars and cents. So my parents purchased the house in 1987 with the intent of passing the investment on. The same thing that Ms. Gay wants to do. She wants to pass the investment on. We want to be able to make the improvements that are necessary, but on our timeline, in a way that we feel feasible. So I know that there are 3 other properties on Wheeler Street that have been modernized and look a little different. But quite frankly, what used to exist across the street from 27 Wheeler Street and what exists now, night and day. Happy. Because that improves our property value. So if the historic preservation is looking to do anything that would distract or deter from that happening, that's not going to work for our block. We have been on that block. We have suffered through Glenfield being a park that I couldn't go into. Okay, so it's now time for us to reap that benefit of that investment, and we're going to continue to put investment into Montclair, because as everyone who is sitting here behind us today, they have been there for 30 years plus. We're not going anywhere.
Okay.
So one last thing that I want to say is my recommendation would be, and I don't know if this should sit with the Historic Preservation or some other commission, and pardon my ignorance, I just have removed myself from the political process and commissions in Montclair to focus on raising my daughter, but I will become re-engaged as a result of this. I think that it's important that if the conversation is around design standards and guidelines, let's have that conversation. Let's not make this a historic issue. Let's create some design guidelines and standards that the people who have invested in Wheeler Street and Oakcroft and any other part of Montclair that you might be thinking about designating as historic, let's have that conversation, and let's make sure it's two-way. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is William Scott. I live at 23 Cedar Avenue, but I'm also a member of Rising Mount Zion Baptist Church at 27 Monroe Place. I'm a trustee of the church. I have tonight with me Minister Livingston, who is a member of the church. I have been asked to speak for my pastor, Elizabeth Campbell. The church was built in 1961. This is one church out of the entire area that has been designated as a part of this historic district. There are additional churches on Maple Avenue that did not come under this designation. So we really want to make sure that we had not been singled out. My pastor has instructed me to inform you that the church is it's a family-owned church. They have done improvements over the years. It had been a very, very painful process going through upgrading certain portions of the church, adding in an elevator. Several architectural drawings had to be made. It was a nightmare and a very, very costly experience. Why this church was the only one singled out to be put in this designated historic district is a concern, but we will be not supporting this issue, and it's concerning because I've been a resident of Montclair for 70 years, all my life. I also own a home that was built in 1910 on Orange Road. I would imagine at some point in time, if I wanted to do some improvements, which I have done over the years, I may have a bit of a confrontation or a situation where if it's 110 years old, I would imagine that could be considered historical. So this goes way beyond just these two historical districts. If you really look at the numbers, over 10,000 houses probably could fall into some category of historical in the township of Montclair. Why we're singling out, in this particular case, these two new districts, which is about 210 houses, it's really concerning. If you're going to be fair about the process, be fair about it, be transparent about it. What is the real issue, and what are we trying to solve here? The town back in October, a couple of months ago, passed a demolition ordinance. That demolition ordinance will absolutely prevent any major demolition of properties in this township. There's only been about 5 out of the 14, well, at least from a historical standpoint, 10,000 over the last couple of years. So, I mean, you're trying to fix a problem that doesn't really exist. And the Historical Preservation Commission will be the overseer of those demolition processes moving forward in the township. So I don't think that there's a problem from a demolition standpoint. I just really think we want to not take away property owners' rights to do what they know is going to be the right thing to do. When you apply for a building permit, there's rules and regulations people know they have to abide by. They're not building anything that's not permitted in this town. So let's really wake up and understand that we don't need another layer of bureaucracy to tell homeowners what to do with their properties. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Lang, and I live at 123 Lincoln Street. My house was built in 1977, and there's not much to preserve. I mean, it has no historical preservation interest at all. But my question to you is, whose bright idea was this in the first place? You know, what's the, as they say, the origins of the investigation into why you chose the Wheeler Street area? I live on Lincoln Street. I grew up on Lexington Avenue around the corner. My grandfather came here. I'm retired now, comfortably retired, served Montclair in every committee that you can possibly imagine, even the cable installment committee, sat on the township council, chaired the Civil Rights Commission, started the conversations on race. So I have a history of volunteering in this town. And as you know, the town is a very diverse town, and we don't compare to Glen Ridge. And perhaps maybe you can get some volunteers on your committee that would show some of that diversity. But I want to know, how did you come to pick that particular area? What made you choose? You could pick any area. And as I said, Montclair, you want to compare Montclair to Glen Ridge, you can't. You just cannot. The people that you picked for the Wheeler Street area don't have Glen Ridge Country Club money. And they don't intend to even think about paying to put additions on anything on their house. You know, like I said, my house was built in '77. I have a deck and one of those long awning things over it, and you probably wouldn't want me to do that. But I am not going to do anything that I don't want to have to do in my home, and should not be forced into doing it. So if you could answer my question, whose bright idea was this in the first doggone place? How did you come to pick that area? How did that happen?
We explained. I was taking people's opinions now, but we explained in the beginning. Graham made it the perfect explanation that we have a Montclair historic preservation element, and within this element there were 11 districts that were singled out because there was some type of historic significance within that neighborhood. So when did this came?
Well, I heard
this
about
is from 2016.
2016. I heard about it the week of Thanksgiving when I was on my way out of town, and I was gone for a whole week, and I came back.
We addressed that by extending another public hearing to January.
I had no access to your, whatever it was you just showed me, the
It's
glossy
not,
pages. I had no idea this was in the process. Like I said, I've spent a lot of time volunteering in Montclair and serving on committees. I'm retired now, and I'm comfortable in my retirement.
Of all volunteers in Montclair.
What was that?
We're certainly appreciative of all the volunteers of Montclair.
Well, my problem was I didn't know anything about this until the week of Thanksgiving, and I planned a week-long visit with my family, and so I was out of town. I come back, and letters in my mailbox, and people, I said, what the hell's going on? I didn't know anything about it. But I'm just here to let you know. I want to know how you came to pick that area. What made you do that? Because the people in that area, as a general rule, are working people who go to work every day and do what they have to do with the money that they have, which is not a lot. And it's no comparison when you bring people in from Glen Ridge to talk about how successful they've been and how wonderful it is. Montclair is different. And I don't know how long any of you have been. You've never been here. My grandfather came here at the dawn of the 20th century with the Great Migration, if you're aware of the Great Migration. So I've been here a long time. Went to Montclair High School. If you read the Sunday Star Ledger, you saw Montclair was a dynamite town in sports and everything else. And we want to keep it that way. And people work hard to keep their property up. I'm a single woman. I have my house. I love my house. And I'm not going to do anything. I'll do what I want to do in my house, not what somebody else wants me to do on my house. And that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
I'm sure you do.
Good evening. My name is Latifah Jana. I live at 19 Wheeler Street, which on the map is a significant contributor. And I would need some explanation of what that means, how that would affect anything I do to my home. I've already done some renovation exterior to the home, and I would need to know what that means. I grew up in Montclair in the South End. I bought my home at 19 Wheeler Street in 2001, so I've been there ever since. I've seen a lot of changes on the street. I have one of the oldest homes on the block based on what I've been told and based on the foundation of my home, so the two Hubblestone foundations on the street. So what does that mean when you get that? What does that mean for us as homeowners? I mean, I'm hearing that things you can't do, things you won't do, you're not supposed to do. Yes, it'll increase the value. No, it won't. Whatever. There's a lot of, to me, not necessarily misinformation, but non-information about what happens if and when this designation is made. I'm also a student of history. Wheeler Street was where my mother used to hang out because the Leslies lived there and they were friends of hers. So I think there is a lot of culture and history in our neighborhood. How do we preserve that without doing something like this that says, you can't paint your house or you can't replace your windows because we have to have these older windows that aren't energy efficient. I had this thing on the top of my house that has a little sun thing on it. Do I have to paint that a certain way because we're in a historic district? So I think there's a lot of questions that people have that need to be answered, and right now there aren't a lot of answers forthcoming, which I think at least for me, I need some answers. I need to know, particularly with the designations. So if my house is a significant contributor, does that mean that I can do less with my house than somebody's house who's not? So what do those titles mean, and how do they affect what I can do with my home?
Again, we'll have more information in January. You could see what the different designations are on the website if you have access to the Montclair Township website. I can assure you that we have absolutely no control over exterior color, and you'll get more information. We're just taking in everybody's opinions
Okay,
tonight.
but I just think that that's part of the problem.
Yes,
that there's
yes.
not a lot of information.
Right.
And you get stuff in the mail that says, oh, yes, this is going to happen.
Right.
And then you get a map and it shows your house and it says, well, your house is this.
Right.
So.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Good evening, folks. My name is Frank Davis, and we live at 125 Lincoln Street. You know, there's been an amazing presentation here from people. They're all from here. I bought here 5 years ago. I'm not from here, but I love it here. I moved to Lincoln Street because, and I can live anywhere. I grew up in Wayne, lived in Kinnelon, lived in Smoke Rise, the oldest community in the state, possibly in the country that's still gated, still not historic. Part of it might be. The gated community tells us certain things to do or not to do, and they have a committee, and I get it. But I've dealt with several different things recently, which is I bought a house in Glen Ridge and I renovated it. And I had to deal with the Hysterical Society. Oh, sorry. I dealt with them on a sort of a professional level because they started telling me immediately when I found out that it was in the Historic Society. It didn't fit well with me because that's my money, my renovation, my property, my taxes. This is all of mine. And they're trying to tell me what to do and not do with my house. It got to the point where I wanted to put an addition on the house. I didn't make nearly as much as what I thought. As a matter of fact, I made probably 30% less. Finding out it is historic. Fortunately, the children who bought it, probably in their 30s, millennials who probably can afford it, it was in the lower end of 500. Don't push us out of town. You're going to wreck our values. Okay? You are going to ruin our values. And I can move. And I can leave the house, leave it abandoned. I don't care. Don't make us do it. All right? Now, how much was your grant? I'm willing to put up $50,000 to an attorney if this goes much further. Okay. Don't make us do it, please. Listen to the people. I love my house. I made my house the way it should be in continuity with everything else. A builder, a guy who does this, who's a designer. I'm not going to build something out of context to try to make the same amount of money. You actually build it to what's there. If you really want to go to somebody who should be strickening this, it's your planning board, your building department, and the zoning committee, not the historical society. Let them make the decisions. Let them do the work they're supposed to do. Graham, I know what department you're in. You guys have been awesome with me. You know, it's if you talk to you guys and explain what you're doing, or talk to the people, you get the answers. The minute the government tells me what to do with my taxes and my money, I'll pay my taxes. Tell me what to do with my property, it doesn't go well. Sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. Another French accent. Jean-Pierre David. I live at 127 Lincoln Street, next door to Frank. I've lived there for 28 years. And when we moved to Montclair, my wife and I, we moved because of family. But all the people we moved for, they don't live there anymore because they could not afford to stay there. So they had to move away, and most of them, after their children graduated from high school, they went to Atlanta or Florida, and they're gone. So what are you trying to preserve? If you take away the soul of the neighborhood because you make it so unaffordable for people to stay there, then we're going to live in somewhere else. I mean, what is historical in this neighborhood are the people that I came in that neighborhood for. And I hope that you will be able to stay there. And the reason I'm against it is because I work for a big building in Manhattan that's landmark. Now I know what a nightmare it is to do anything in that building. I've worked there for 12 years. In order to get a certificate of not effect or to get any permit, we have to get architects, engineers, interior decorators. We have to do research on the history of the building. And even to do the renovation of the sewer lines in this building, we had to get a landmark permit. Everything we touch, the front door we're doing now, we have to have a landmark to rebuild exactly the same front door. And they're opposing us because we want to do an Ellison pivot system that's much more modern and will allow people to open the door much more easily, but somehow the hardware will be visible from the street, and so they don't like it. And so in my home in Montclair, I built a wall because a kid went across the street in a car at 60 miles an hour, went through the stop sign, and ended up on my front lawn. So we built a wall there, spent $20,000 for that wall, but it's a French wall. It has nothing to do with the neighborhood or the historical aspect in the neighborhood. It's made of stone and cement, and it has something that will hold the car from coming back again on my front lawn. But I will not want anybody else to tell me what I should be doing with my property the same way Frank is. And if he comes to that, then I will do the same thing. I will sell and I will move. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone here ready to speak for Wheeler Street? All right, so at this point, it's 9:15. We'll close this portion of the public session, and we invite
Madam
you.
Chair, could
Yes.
you say, we're going to adjourn the public session.
Oh,
We're going to adjourn the public session until January 9th, it
9th,
is?
right.
So that the public session isn't being closed, it's just being
Oh,
adjourned.
adjourned, okay.
On both applications so that it can be continued.
Okay. All right, thank you to everybody who came out. Thank you for your comments. We will certainly, it's given us a lot to consider, and we will certainly be talking about this at the next meeting, which will be January 9th. So we hope to see you again. Yes. So why don't we take a 3-minute break, okay? Just so, yes. No, because if I say 10, we... approval of minutes from the November 21st, 2019 meeting. Are there any changes or amendments to the minutes? I think we were wrong.
If you'd like, Chair, given the hour, we could switch these administrative items to the end and proceed with the application, so we can get
All
folks
right.
moving.
Well, let's just, so I think,
So we can just move to...
yeah, everybody was here. Why don't we just can I have a motion to approve the minutes as written?
I move to approve the minutes as written.
Okay, second?
Mr. Reimnitz, you were not here, so you're not eligible.
All right, Mr. Reimnitz abstains. Mr. Greenbaum?
Yes.
I move to accept the minutes from November 21st, 2019.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
2 abstentions.
And 2 abstentions. Okay, so moving forward, committee reports we will do after we discuss old business.
Yes.
So, let's just get organized here. Old business is a referral from the Board of Adjustment, application 2647, 48 Label Street. John Florek is the owner and architect. It's a bulk variance relief for additions to dwelling in the R2 two-family zone. The reason we're seeing this is because it's in the Christopher Street Potential Historic District. And this is the second reiteration of this project. So, Mr. Florek, you received our comments from the last meeting.
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive the most recent comments from Mr. Conley?
Yes.
So,
Mr. Florek, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give this commission, truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
so, wait, I have to find my... I don't have... Oh, here it is. Okay. So the following comments of Mr. Conley's were based on the set of revised drawings that were provided, that you provided to the commission, the historic design guidelines for the Township of Montclair, and the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And Mr. Conley's comments are meant as an observation against historical precedent and understands that the proposed building form does not necessarily require an exact holding to precedence as long as the design fits within the aesthetic of the neighborhood district. So Mr. Conley has 10 points that he addressed with your new plans. But before we get into his points, we've all become familiar, I think, with the plans, and due to the hour of the evening, is there anything specific that you've changed on Mr. Conley's plans?
No. The plans are the plans that Mr. Conley made comments on.
Right.
Figured I'd come here without changing anything, get your comments, and then go from there.
Okay, all right. So, my fellow commissioners, do you have any questions to ask of this witness?
I don't have any questions.
David?
I believe one of my great concerns when you presented at your last application hearing was that you lacked a front elevation. You provided us only with a very small rendering. I'm looking now at the elevation that's been provided, but I'm still troubled by not showing it in the context of adjacent properties. I see it here.
First page.
No, I see that in the rendering.
Well, it seems to be a distorted rendering.
I'm not comfortable with the rendering.
This.
Right.
This. Right.
It's very difficult to gauge. I'd like to see it in scale. So that my question is, can you provide that?
I can work something out. Yeah, not now, but I'll work something out for that. I misinterpreted the comments from last session.
Okay. Mr. Rooney, do you have any questions, rather?
No.
And Ms. Kane-Levy? Just comments. Okay. So I guess we'll start with comments then. We'll proceed to comments.
A lot of the people left from previous whatever, but are you an architect?
Me?
Yes.
No.
No. And you're not an engineer?
I am not.
And you're doing this on your own? You don't have any expenses related to presenting this and doing it and so on? You're a good example of something we review, and you're a local resident, and you're coming before the Historic Preservation Commission without all the other trappings that everyone's worried about. So that's a comment. So, and you've done a good job so far, I think. I think it looks great. I think it's in scale with the rest of the neighborhood. The rendering, there's some inaccuracies in the rendering, but I don't want to, I think I get the basic drift and I get the basic image here, so I think it looks pretty good.
Thank you.
Mr. Greenbaum?
I just want to make sure I read this correctly. So the eastern facade has two windows on both the first and second floors. Is that correct?
The eastern, yes.
There's two windows per first and second floor, and then the third floor, the dormer. Are there any windows in the dormer?
There's not on the dormer area. There is a skylight,
But no windows eastern facing?
No.
Do you happen to know, I noticed, I'm looking at your elevation on page, well, I guess it was page 5. It states that your height, maximum height of the property with the roof would be 139 inches. Is it?
Right.
The whole, 34.7. Is that correct?
Are you asking me about the height?
The building height and grade.
Yeah, it's 34.7.
Do you have any idea how that compares with other properties in the street?
I would have to find out. I don't know the exact heights, but it looks like all of the properties on the street go up to a uniform level, except for the corner, not the pink house, but if you go to the first page, the yellow house on the corner, that's a ranch.
On the right, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I have no further questions.
Comments?
Comments.
Well, I wasn't here the last meeting, but, I did review it, the YouTube video. And I think there's some misinformation in this plan in that, your block plan looks like the same street frontage as the neighboring houses, but it's only a 24-foot wide lot, and the others are 30 and a half feet. It's very close to the neighbor, and I think it's just too tall proportionally. So you know, I can see a 2.5-story with dormers, but this is a three-story with a dormer, 3.5-story. So I think it's just too tall.
I just want to clarify for the board, the height is not an issue. The third story is triggered by the dormer exceeding 50% of the width of the facade. So the height is at 34 feet, 7 inches, conforms with the requirements of 35 feet. It's the width of the dormer that triggers it as a third story. So if the dormer were to shrink in size, this would not be considered a third story.
Did the height change?
Between the plans, I don't believe the height of the building did change.
That
would be a better
didn't change,
question for
right?
the applicant.
From your, that did not change
The
from
height
your
did not-
previous.
no, the
That
height
was
did-
one, and I think it was one of the comments that Mr. Conley had. Do you have something, Mr. Rooney, to say?
Yeah, I think that the dormer is a problem, and, I mean, you may not be able to see it so much, but you certainly can see it from the west side. And, I mean, I always liked this little house. I always wondered what somebody could do with it, and I could see what you can do with it.
Hopefully.
It's an improvement, and I think that it will work, but I think that you're gonna have to work with the dormer.
Okay, thank you. I agree, I concur with that. I think that the dormer really makes it overscale in comparison to the houses that you have set on that street in the row, and it makes it look very top-heavy, so it makes it look a lot larger. And I don't know from your rendering, actually, how tall is, you say 139 inches, correct?
No.
109 feet.
Yeah, that's just a reference.
That's Right.
It's 34'7".
So we don't really know how tall it is?
How tall how high the dormers go up?
Right, how, from the peak of that front dormer, right, to the house next door, is it the same, or is it higher? The peak, the front facade peak.
The peak of my property
Right,
is at or below my neighbor's property.
okay. Well, this rendering, I think, is very misleading, because it looks like it's taller, and it might have to do with the way that you've stacked the components on the building.
Sorry.
I do have a question. What is the floor-to-ceiling height in the each floor?
The floor to ceiling height, it's actually on there on page 5. And this was actually one of Mr. Connolly's comments. So you have 9.3 on the first level, 10.8 on the second level, and 11.4 on the top level. I believe one of the comments was normally it's a diminishing height, so if you'd like to see me.
Yeah, I was wondering how those floor-to-ceiling levels were arrived at, right? The first floor level is 9.3, and then you're up at 10.8, and then 11.4.
Right, I was just trying to maximize the space. You know, I wasn't aware that historic houses were diminishing like that, so.
I mean, even if you kept them all at the same level, I think that would help reduce the height of the building.
But he's not changing the levels of each floor, right?
These are all new.
They're all brand new.
So first floor is 9.3, second floor is 10.8, third floor is 11.4. Usually they diminish as you.
So that's point
I think that was number 1.
1.
Which I'm happy to work on, you know, I can make the floors diminish in height. The one thing I'll say is I'd like to keep the dormer area on the top level the way it is. To make it much smaller, you know, I don't see that space being very usable. And I tried to be considerate of my surroundings by setting back that level in the front and taking the dormers in on the sides. So I made it, you know, much smaller than I had originally intended, in hopes that, you know, it would suit the community and the neighborhood a little bit better.
Did you investigate building out at the back instead of up?
I did speak with someone about that, and then my building coverage dramatically increases, and to do that, just for the function of the property, to me it didn't seem to make a lot of sense to build an additional 15 feet behind the kitchen, and take away my private space and at that same time. That doesn't really serve as a bedroom at that point.
Well, you're
And
identifying
I
the
also
top
just wanted to
floors.
note that the existing dwelling has a deficient rear yard setback of only 15 feet where 25 is required.
I know, but he's going for variances anyway.
Right, but if you reduce the height of the floor to ceiling, I mean, you could potentially lower the building by 4 feet, which is dramatic.
His first floor.
And then save room, right,
You said the first floor to the second floor is 9?
9.
10 and then 11.
Right.
Well, if you got an 8-foot ceiling height and 1-foot structure, you
Right.
got 9. So maybe you could save 3 feet.
Right.
But 3 feet would be dramatic as well.
Well, then you save stairs, right, more room on
Right.
the interior.
I don't think that would affect your usable space. You drop the scale of this.
It might not affect the usable space that much. You know, I just looked at these plans like, you know, I have a first floor, living room, kitchen, you know, to extend that space and lose my outside space, I didn't see that as being very beneficial.
Or an option.
I mean, it could be an option, but I guess it comes down to what the zoning board, if they'll permit using, you know, going back that extra space, which almost puts my lot coverage at probably over 80%.
Hmm.
And again, then it imposes on.
Yeah, if you were asking me what now that I'm commenting more, I think, you're not going to lose usable space if you get everything 9-foot floor to floor. I think it would help with the dormers, to soften the dormers, if you had windows in those dormers, instead of just, those dormers read just as walls, empty walls that pop out of your roof. I think if you just would add a few windows there, it would reduce the scale again. I think for us, it's trying to keep the scale. I know you're taking it to the max. You're making a 3-story in a 2.5-story zone. You're pushing it to 35 feet. I got that, but I think you can do some things within even your objective to reduce the scale a little bit. That would be my suggestion.
I would agree about the windows. Take some of the massing away. And also the height, you're talking about 11-foot for ceiling height, although I know it's a peaked roof. But the total footprint of the floor is what? 9 feet. 9.5 feet. So you're talking about a 9.5-foot wide floor plate with 11-foot, about 28 feet long, but I'm thinking the 11.4 seems to be overly generous.
Well, that's why I mentioned in one of my comments, I think a building section might help understand how that third floor space is really going to be.
Are you saying the number 2? Okay.
And if you're when you go to the zoning board, the roof plan needs to be correctly drawn to show dormers, skylights, and gutters.
I'm sorry, say it.
Have you seen Mr. Conley's latest?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so number 3, you also need a roof plan.
Yeah, I can redraw the roof plan to include the skylight and gutters.
Okay.
Right, that was just a comment?
That was one of my comments, yes.
Could you go then ahead with number 4?
Well, I'd like to go back to comment 2, because there's and I will read it, it says there seems to be a design coordination issue with the proposed new third floor level, and the front gable window does not appear on the third floor plans, so.
Right, that was a mistake on my part.
Okay.
I will, for the next drawing.
And that's why I mentioned this section might help understand where all these pieces of the building are actually fitting into.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
The way he's drawn it, that window cannot be at the third floor.
Right.
That window is sort of located in this dead attic space above the
It's
second
confusing.
floor. So
Right.
to draw it correctly, it would be, I don't know how you
I
draw
don't
that.
know.
It's not, it's,
I could do like a dash.
yeah, it doesn't really exist. There's no living space behind it.
No,
So
I understand.
It's a fake
Yeah,
job.
It's
Okay.
confusing. Comment 3 was the roof plan. And comment 4, which may help with the overall look of the building, is traditional roof slopes were historically set at a relationship between the framing span and the height of the roof, and the most common ratios are 1 to 5, 2 to 5, and 3 to 5. 45-degree slopes of the building the roof make the building look static and really should be avoided. So if you tweak those slopes of the roof, that will help.
That was one of the comments I had some difficulty with, because it allows for a little extra headspace, but it also gives you access to the outside space.
Right.
So that was the reasoning for having that.
Well, you have to kind of look at all these things together, right? The building section, the roof slopes, we're lowering the height of the building. I think all those things need to be kind of designed together. And I think some of these slopes might be beneficial to actually getting that to work.
Okay. And number 5?
Some of the details, the crown molding returns that you show at the eave should be designed to be appropriate eave returns, which is...
Sorry, continue on.
The eave returns should have all their traditional elements if you were going to use them. A cornice of frieze and the projection, if they weren't drawn properly or designed properly, you just maybe think about removing them and doing something different.
I'm happy with
Just a comment. 6 had to do with the proposed shed dormer, which overwhelms the roof, and we talked about that. Adding windows might help with reducing its bulk. My comment 7 had to do with the windows. All windows shall have a visible historical sill, and you should avoid wrapping the casing all around the windows on all 4 sides, and they should include a drip cap. So we're looking for traditional casings and sills and heads of windows.
Do you understand that comment?
Yeah, I'm happy to add those on the next go around. So that
Yeah, I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
My comment 8 was asking if you would consider a wood water table trim board at the transition from the siding to the foundation, which is another traditional element that you normally see on houses of this type. And comment 9 is asking to consider substituting the partially supported pent roof at the front elevation with a portico or a door canopy over the stair landing, which would help define the entry. So remove that pent roof between the first and second floor. That kind of goes along the front elevation and wraps the front elevation. Just to consider a small door canopy. I think it's odd that the pent roof there does have just one column at the one end, and it's unsupported at the other end of the building.
You see that?
Yeah, that's a good point. And then 10 is about the railings.
Yeah, all the railings that you do install really should have a new post at the top and the bottom of the stair run, and the new posts traditionally stop at the lowest stair tread and not on the ground as you drew them. And the baluster spacing is traditionally set at 2.5 inches between the balusters, and they're typically 1 inch in square.
So you have all those
comments are minor. They're tweaks, but
right. I read all of these comments. I think most of this, I'm willing to work with you guys on. Obviously, I want to fit into the community and add to the area. It's one of the first houses you're going to see when you come off the train. It should, have that Montclair vibe to it. The two comments that, I'm having difficulty on are 4 and 6. The way I was looking at this, this is what I was coming up with to get that usable space. I'm happy to have windows to the dormer areas to maybe lighten it, and hopefully that helps. I think.
So if you change the slope of the roof, right, you're going to gain more space.
Right.
Potentially.
Right, less of a peak.
Yeah.
Going to give you more floor plan, more floor. More spread.
And I'm getting more height. Yeah, I thought you guys were
Could actually.
No, not more height, but you're getting more width.
Changing the slope, right, so that would bring, instead of a 45, you're doing something like this, so you're potentially gaining more space.
And the height's coming down.
Yes.
And the height's coming, the
Yes.
roof is
You
coming
know,
down.
Right, but then
the first
change the
dormer,
slope,
I
right.
think is a good height. It's the second dormer.
Right.
It's too high.
Right.
Or should be
I'm
limited.
sorry, say that again?
The first dormer, the one above the second floor.
Or gables we're talking about.
Gable.
Gable,
Yeah.
this.
The
Yeah.
first gable
Yes.
is fine.
Okay.
The second one's too high. So if you bring it down,
This
and you
one.
will, when you bring down
Bring it down a
floor
little
to
bit.
floor height,
And then make the pitch a
it'll
little.
be more
Less severe.
sub,
You may want to think about eliminating that first gable or all the gables, right? Just make one instead of multiple.
you could do that, right?
So I just want to advise the commission procedurally, this application is the applicant's last appearance at the zoning board, which was back on, is that November 13th?
It was in November.
Yes, November 13th. The board carried the matter to the December 18th meeting. So this applicant is going to the board next Wednesday. So he will not have time to revise plans as we're within the 10-day window. The board will receive a copy of the HPC's revised comments and report. So I think if the commission feels that, the comments from Mr. Connolly are important to recommend changes to the plans, those should carry forward to any recommendation provided to the
Right.
Board of Adjustment. I think comment 6, with respect to the proposed dormer size, the dormer size is jurisdiction of the board because the size of the dormer is related to the variance relief that he's seeking for the third floor. So I think how we typically structure our advisory reports over to the board is we have kind of those two preamble comments where we comment on the application as a whole. I think the size of the dormer should be one of those comments. And then secondarily, the recommendations or requested conditions of approval can include everything else that Mr. Connolly's listed. And there should be a reference to the windows that should be added to any dormer that's approved as part of the application.
And also number 1, which is talking about the relationship of the floor to ceiling heights. That should be definitely.
Part of the introductory commentary, you think?
Okay. Because that will reduce the overall height of the building.
So then number 1 and 6 would be the introductory commentary to the board with respect to the application, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, the windows from 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 would all carry forward. 11 would be the applicant is to return to present a final plan. And then 12 would be the applicant is to return for final finish review of all materials.
So,
Did you get the part where Mr. Connolly made a reference to the drip edge along the base of the
water table?
Yes,
water
that's
table?
comment 7.
That's
which would be-
comment-
That's comment 8, the water
And the
table.
projection over the doorway where you suggested a portico. is that-
Yes, that's comment 9,
Okay,
so that would
good.
be included as well.
I have one last question. In this rendering, you have blocks in the front yard. Is that for parking? What is that?
That area is paved. That's just how it is currently.
Well, in order to fit in with the rest of the neighborhood, it would be nice to see some greenery there. Are you going to keep?
I'm happy to put some greenery in.
I think that should be a recommendation too. That it's currently shown the
Landscaping at the front of the dwelling.
or landscaping should be. See this one? Should be. Do you have a driveway?
Paved blacktop.
No, I mean you have a driveway. No. You don't have a driveway.
No, that's the existing non-conforming
Oh, that's
driveway.
existing. Oh, okay.
That's a good point.
What about grasscrete? Can we talk about that as an option? Do you know what grasscrete is? It's a parking surface, but you can grow grass through it.
I am not familiar with it. You know, I thought what would be nice is maybe adding some box planters in front along the foundation.
So there's no parking with this building?
This is the park, that is the parking.
That is the parking.
So-
So if you make it green, you would have to seek
Lose the
another variance.
Then it would be parking deficient, there would be no parking for the.
Right. So you're going to have to come up with something that doesn't look like just blocks in the front
It's,
yard.
well, it's already non-compliant.
Correct.
Right,
Oh.
it's existing
It's existing.
non-compliant.
That's the existing
Because you're
condition of the
parking in
development.
front of the house, that's number
Correct.
one, right? And you're probably deficient in terms of numbers of cars as
Correct.
well, right? Yeah. So you're not going to do much with that. That's for the planning board to.
The zoning
But-
board.
Zoning board.
Is that a grandfathered condition? or-
Correct. Mhm.
But your suggestion of that,
Pervious material.
What was it?
Yeah.
What was it called again? I'm sorry.
Grass creek?
Grass.
Grass
creek.
Street.
Yeah, it's like blocks that have holes in them and you can grow grass through it.
Plus, the water will drain. You won't have puddling in your driveway. It'll drain through its pervious.
That's a good idea.
Graham, do we have to go over the, can you
So
just-
I can summarize again. So the introductory comments would be 1 and 6, and then 2 through 10 would be requested conditions of any approval by the board. 11 would be the applicants to return to present a final plan. 12, applicants to return for final review of all finished materials. And then additional landscaping at the front of the dwelling, including consideration of grass creek for the parking area.
okay.
But about the bulk of the house and the roof, and the 1, 2, 3, the fourth floor, is that what we're talking about?
Third
This will
floor.
come down.
The
This
whole
is going
thing
to come down.
Can the whole thing be eliminated and just
It's
dormers?
possible. I think it
I
may be
think that should
possible.
be investigated.
Well, I suggested a
That's-
series of small dormers.
Right.
To get light into that space, but I think if you bring it down and change the slope of the roof, and investigate this sectionally, you may end up with.
Well, and that's why,
more
so
space.
that's why item 6, I recommended moving into the preamble discussion because that's jurisdiction of the zoning board. And by right, the applicant can do a 50% or less dormer at the 3rd level. That's by right. That's not a story. So I think that the commission should put in
But
that
that's at the
condition that
4th level.
says.
It seems to be at the 4th level. The
It's a-
dormers as currently proposed.
No, it's a 3rd level. Basement doesn't count as
I was
a
confused as
story.
well.
I mean, if you want to add a general comment that you think the building's too big, which is what it sounds like, or too high or something, you could add a general comment to that. But it's been covered in the individual comments.
Right, but we are requesting that in our comments and
Right,
our
exactly,
recommendations
so-
because we're asking him to
Yeah, it's
reduce the
consistent with
floor to
item
ceiling
1 is
height.
to reduce.
Well,
the
that's
floor to
right, that's
ceiling
why I
height.
don't know that it's necessary to.
So I think Tom made the comment of like maybe 3 to 4 feet, potentially it could be reduced. Should that be quantitatively lifted?
So we can supplement number 1 to say maximum 9-foot floor-to-floor height for all levels recommended.
Right, which would be, bring down that height, the highest gable,
Mhm.
peak.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Are we okay, everybody okay with that?
Well, it would be 9-foot floor-to-floor with a ceiling height on the 3rd floor of 8 feet. To be more precise, I guess.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Could we just take a 2-minute break? I need to set the projector up for the next.
Sure.
Could we just take 2 minutes, please?
Did you write this?
take testimony under oath, but not from lawyers because they know the oath is useless. Would you raise your right hands, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give this commission, truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
How about you? You too? Thank you. And could you guys identify yourselves, please, in your relationship to the applicant?
My name is Paul Sionis. It's spelled S-I-O-N-A-S. I'm the architect for the project.
I think you need to turn on your, push the button.
Lights off. Lights on.
Yeah. And
Stephen Plofker, Irwin Park Road, Montclair, a member of the LLC. That's the applicant.
So this is application 2666, Highgate Hall LLC. It is for 268 Bellevue Avenue. The subject property is developed within the Bellevue Theater, which is now closed. Previously, while operating as a theater, the building had an existing 885 seats and four theaters and 5,000 square feet of personal service retail space. An expansion of the theater to add one theater with an additional 100 seats was approved by the Board of Adjustments in 1997. A copy of the resolution is attached to the planning report. We're reviewing this because the subject property, known as the Bellevue Theater, is located in the Upper Montclair Historic Business District. This district was designated as a local landmark district in Montclair Code 347-1481 by ordinance in 2006. The district's nomination report identifies the Bellevue Theater as a key building within the district, a building that possesses distinct architectural and historical significance, and which acts as a landmark within the architectural matrix of the district. The Tudor Revival Theater building was constructed in 1921 and was designed by architect J.H. Phillips. And a copy of the 1981 individual structure survey form is attached to the memo, which we all have received. So Mr. Sionis will walk us through what you propose, and if we could, oh, you have, yeah, I was going to ask you.
This is the, what you're getting is the same thing as the PowerPoint.
Yeah, the PowerPoint
Is this the PowerPoint? Okay.
Everyone will have a copy of the PowerPoint.
The main issues, I think, that will be of concern to the board are...
Wait, excuse me.
The issues that will be of interest to the board are, we're proposing to raise the height of the rear structure by 13 feet to accommodate sight lines for the kind of more contemporary theaters. And we're also proposing some reconfiguration of the Bellevue Avenue facade, a marquee and entrance and a corner location that Paul will get into.
That's right.
And we welcome your input.
So I'll go through the PowerPoint sort of quickly because you have it in front of you. So you're familiar with the property. It's 268 Bellevue Avenue. It's on the south side of Bellevue Avenue, and the application is to redevelop and improve the Bellevue Theater and basically to bring it into the 21st century. And the recognition is that it's definitely a key building to the Upper Montclair Historic District. It's also, as we've seen in the last 2 years since it's closed, it's a key building to the vitality of Upper Montclair Business District. The building's been closed for 2 years since November 2017. So it's on the south side of Bellevue Avenue, and it's directly to the west of it is New Jersey Transit train tracks. Directly to the east is the entry drive to Upper Montclair Plaza. Slide number 2. So this is a perspective sketch that was done by the architect J.H. Phillips. And the next few slides are courtesy of both Lizanne Renner, who did a presentation that was labeled Fade to Black or Double Feature. That was in January of 2018 on the history of the Bellevue Theater. I also obtained several photographs and historic documents from the Montclair History Center and also the Montclair Public Library Archives. So as you stated, the building was built in 1921. It was built by Charles Anderson, who was the son of Charles W. Anderson, who donated the land for Anderson Park. And the Tudor architecture of the building was designed to reinforce the English village ambiance of the Upper Montclair shopping district. And there's actually an article in Modern Theater 1923 that the building resembled a quaint old English tavern. And as is shown in this original perspective, originally it was designed with a connector bridge to connect over the Upper Montclair Plaza entry drive to a building directly to the east, and that's where 250 Bellevue Avenue is. For years, that was the Ashenfelter Dixon law firm, the square box building built in 1950. So the building on the left was never constructed. And as you can see from the original rendering, there was not a canopy or marquee in this original sketch. There was a center entry, and there's an open porch at the center of the second floor. Next slide, number 3, and this is the undated photo. Apparently, it's from the 1920s by the vehicles, and you can see there's no marquee or canopy yet on the building. There's a blade sign stating Bellevue Theater directly on the easterly side of the facade. The next is a photo from 1922. In 1922, you see there was a fabric canopy installed at the center of the building that was supported by poles. And you can see on the left side of that photograph, demolition took place. That's either right before or around the same time as the Upper Montclair Post Office was constructed. But you can see the finial, the wood finial on the top right side of the gable. And you see the storefronts that existed when the building was constructed in 1922. 1923, only a year later, a new marquee was constructed. It was a fixed marquee. It had wood finials, it had exposed bulbs. It was very ornamental, and this is the influence for the marquee that the applicants would like to do. Something similar to this, maybe not as ornamental, but the same idea with the finials and the exposed bulbs. The 1980 photo, it's a different marquee, had been installed by this time. And you can see the first floor is different. New doors were put in that didn't match what was there originally. The entry doors to the theater were different. The first floor into the hair salon on the left side there is completely different. And then the truck on the right is blocking the view of the first floor storefront on the right side. Slide number 7 is a photo taken this year. This is the current condition. The theater's closed. There's paper on the windows. There were a couple of red stickers on the front door that the town had put on those doors. So you can see that on the right side, the glass was infilled in that original storefront. So it's not original windows, not original storefront. It's infilled with a stucco facade. The finial on top of the gable on the right's missing. The window muntins are missing from several of the windows, so it's pretty clear right from the beginning. The transom windows had diamond pattern muntins. Some of those muntins are missing by this year. And then you can see another marquee had been installed. It's much wider and it's much taller on the facade. So the building was designed almost as two structures, even though it was one building. So the front was the Tudor-style gable roof building that originally contained stores on the first floor and a theater entry lobby right in the center. And then at the second floor was the Highgate Hall restaurant on the second floor above the two stores and above the theater entry. The rear tall structure, most of you are familiar with that. That's a concrete block with a lot of brick infill, painted red, and that contains the auditorium spaces. Most recently, it had 4 theaters with a total of 885 seats. The floor plan, the goal is to redesign the auditorium portion of the building to create the modern theater experience. So part of this is much larger seats. With the much larger seats and also with ADA compliance, we're actually losing 400 seats. So the theater will decrease in size from 885 seats down to 489 seats. So the number of seats will decrease by 489, but it'll be a much better experience. You're not going to be sitting so close to the person next to you. And those will be wide, almost airline-type seats. And in order to accommodate both barrier-free compliance in each of the theaters, and to create these, install the larger seats and good-sized screens for each of the theaters, we have to raise the auditorium by 13.65 feet. The rear building will be 13.6 feet higher. There'll be a total of 6 theaters when this is done. 3 of the theaters will be accessed from the ground floor, and 3 of the theaters will be accessed by the 3rd floor. For the first time, there'll be an elevator within the building. Second floor plan.
Why don't you talk about the access from the street on that first floor plan?
Okay. Yeah, I'll go into this in more detail, but basically, on this slide number 9, you can see that the proposal is to move the theater lobby entrance to the towards the east. So we're creating a 1/3, 2/3 configuration on the first floor in order to gain a lounge or a restaurant on the first floor. So we're showing a lounge or a restaurant in 2/3 of the front of the first floor, and therefore moving the theater entrance to the east in order to keep it separate, to keep all the theater patrons being able to enter and exit safely without having to go through the lounge. They will be able to enter the lounge, but this allows a separation from the beginning or from the front entrance. So we're proposing to relocate the entry from the center to the east where I have the blue arrow. We're showing a bar that could accommodate up to, we're showing 20 seats there, and also we're showing an outdoor seating area. There's a 10-foot wide asphalt paved area between this building and the Wykert Realtors building to the west. It's a great spot to have an intimate outdoor seating area accessed directly from the interior of the building. We're showing about 5 tables with 4 chairs each. Could easily accommodate 20 people on the exterior. The second floor plan, we're showing that there'd be also a lounge or a restaurant on the second floor. We've been contemplating opening the ceiling down to the first floor because the first floor ceiling height is 7'6" at that front entry. Doesn't really make for a good restaurant space or a lounge space or even the theater entry, and that's existed for years. So originally we had planned opening the ceiling from the second floor to the first floor, but in the last few days we discussed actually raising the floor framing. That second floor framing could be raised by about 3 feet at least to get a much better feel to the first floor. And if we do that, we probably will not open up the floor from the second floor to the first floor. The third floor plan, 3 of the theaters, these 3 theaters, 4, 5, and 6, will be accessed from the 3rd floor. So guests can either take an elevator up or take stairs up to the 3rd floor to have wheelchair or ADA access to each of these theaters. Also, for the first time, there'll be new and plentiful bathrooms throughout the building, spread throughout all of the floor levels. We're proposing that the kitchen for the restaurant be placed in the lower level below the first floor. So there is a basement level. It's a good size for the kitchen space for the restaurant or lounge. Next slide, number 12, that's an enlargement of the improvements to the front elevation. So the slate roof is beautiful, the timber work is great. We're proposing to restore the windows, the woodwork, replace windows that lost the muntins back to windows with the diamond muntin pattern. We're even showing the flower box in the front second floor window that had been in many of the photos from the 1920s. And also we're restoring the storefront closer to what it was originally, the same or similar muntin pattern, the same brick knee wall below the storefronts. The biggest change, as we said, though, is relocating the entry from the center to the left or to the east slightly. And by moving that entry towards the east, we're moving the marquee to be above the relocated entry. So the marquee, instead of the center, our drawings show it on the left or easterly side of the building, wrapping around to the east side. And again, the marquee is designed to be reflective of one of the original marquees with the exposed bulbs and exposed lettering. The next slide, number 13, is the east elevation. I'll talk about this in more detail, but basically the dashed line shows the height of the existing building, and then we're showing that the 13 feet extra height above, we're proposing the tile coping on the parapet. The existing wall is painted brick and block with a mixture of infilled brick and infilled block, some old windows or doors that were filled in. We're showing this be coated with a stucco finish between the brick pilasters. So they're brick pilasters. We're proposing to extend the pilasters. And again, I mentioned about wrapping the marquee around to the east side of the building. And next slide, slide number 14, shows the south or rear of the building. So below on the south elevation is the adjacent building, the Rabner Alcorn law firm. It's basically a two-story building, and that adjoins this subject property. So there's currently a brick wall for the theater auditorium above that Rabner Alcorn building. And then this is the view from the Weikert Realtors parking lot. So this west elevation is the view as seen from either the train tracks or Anderson Park. So the front left is the existing front entry, the Tudor-style building, and then the rear is the auditorium section of the building. Next slide, 15, are cross sections. It was pretty complicated to get the 6 theaters to work out, all to be barrier-free and get the right screen sizes. So different cross sections were drawn to make sure this worked. We originally looked at excavating down 13 feet, but there's a high water table in this area. And also, we would have to underpin the adjoining Rabner Alcorn law firm. So the proposal is to go up by 13 feet rather than excavate down 13 feet. Again, the cross sections are in the front are preliminary. As I said, we've investigated opening from the second floor to the first floor, which is what the top view shows. There was a fireplace on the second floor in many of the original photographs. One of the goals is to restore or re-engage that fireplace. The chimney is still there. The fireplace has been covered. Next slide are photographs of the second floor. That was the interior of Highgate Hall in that top right with the wallpaper and the tables and chairs and the beam ceiling. And then the left photograph shows the signage that stated Highgate Hall, which was strictly the second floor restaurant space for the theater. Yeah. I don't know. Roseanne, do you know? When do you have any idea when Highgate Hall closed?
I believe it was in the 40s or 50s. I think it had another ownership at some point, but around the 50s, I think.
So just for the record, Lisanne Renner is speaking in the audience, and she did the presentation on the Bellevue about a year and a half.
It's been a hairdresser studio since the 1960s.
Correct. Yeah, and then there were awnings on the windows on the first floor along that easterly side of the building, and that was when it was a retail store. The first floor plan, I'll just repeat again that the proposal is to create 2/3 of the first floor frontage as a restaurant or a lounge, and also to recreate a restaurant on the second floor above this entire Tudor-style building. But the entry to the theater would be relocated towards the east, and it would be so that patrons could be controlled, purchase their tickets at kiosks, and then be told which theater to enter. As I stated, the ceiling height at this front portion of the building is low. I stated 7'6", but it's 7'9" at the front of this first floor section. So the goal, as of the last few days, is to raise that floor level by so we get at least a 10'6" ceiling on the first floor. As I indicated already, the influence for the marquee was taken from one of the 1920s marquees. It was elaborate, but it almost showed that it was opening night all of the time. So we're trying to replicate that marquee, but without the filigree or the decoration in the center of the marquee, with the exposed bulbs, with the wood finials on the corners, the exposed bulbs on the word Bellevue, and then the storefront muntin pattern. We're trying to replicate what was there originally with the similar muntin pattern, the same square shape to the glass or the glazing. So the proposal, next slide is slide number 19, which is a rendering looking from the west. So the goal is to repair, restore, replace woodwork and certain windows that have been already replaced with inappropriate windows. The storefront glazing is to be replaced, as I stated twice already, with muntin pattern that's reminiscent of the original design. And then to create this exterior dining area that's part of the first floor lounge space, and to have tables and chairs on this space. It's currently asphalt, and the goal is to replace it with brick paving, as there's brick paving on the front of the sidewalk now. So it sort of tie the brick together and around the side of the building. The current east facade, anybody who's waited in line either for a Montclair film movie, waited around along the side of this Upper Montclair Plaza driveway, notice that it's pretty dismal, this facade, especially the auditorium facade. It's to me, it's really one of the most unattractive aspects of the exterior of the building. As I stated, it's the combination of block and brick with brick infill, and it's painted red. There's the exposed metal fire escape. There are windows that have been infilled on the front building. There are the window air conditioning units. It's been a pretty sad experience to stand either waiting in line for a movie, or in particular, when I see the crowds that were there for Montclair film movies.
The fireplace is April.
The fireplace will stay. The fire escape will be removed. Yes. So we're redesigning the interior, so we'll have exits that comply with current building codes, all on the interior. The next slide is the slide 21, which shows the proposal for the east side of the building. So again, the idea is to create a feeling of opening night, but every day, and make the east side more attractive with a pedestrian scale. So the worst part to me was always the sidewalk along the east side. So the idea is to create artwork at eye level along this east side. We've discussed meeting with studio folks at Studio Montclair, and in addition to the art museum, to have exterior artwork on the walls. We originally showed shed roofs above the artwork to bring the pedestrian scale down. When we went to the Development Review Commission a couple days ago, they frowned upon that because it would extend over the sidewalk, and the sidewalk's actually in the public right-of-way, and the property line is right on the bottom line of the building. So we'll look at an alternate to the shed roofs, but we still will have the artwork with the lighting above the artwork and get this to be a better pedestrian experience. We're also showing removing the infilled windows on this easterly elevation of the Tudor building and replacing appropriate windows within those openings. We'll also, as I wrote on the slide, all the light fixtures will be designed to have a Tudor influence to call back to the original design. We're asked to describe the mechanical equipment. Currently, the mechanical equipment is either ground-mounted in the Weikert parking lot, and also on the roof of the auditorium. So it's a mixture of ground-mounted units in addition to some roof-mounted units. So the goal is to place all of the HVAC units on the rooftop and surrounded by a mechanical equipment screen. So the mechanical equipment screen we're showing would be a 6-foot-tall perforated metal screen to surround the units. The next slide is the roof plan. So we anticipate a minimum of 9 HVAC units for the theaters and the front space. So the 9 units will be placed on the roof where we're showing and surrounded by a mechanical equipment screen. Next slide, number 24, is the site plan. There is no on-site parking for this property. There never has been on-site parking. It's always been a downtown theater. It's been a downtown theater since 1921. There's public parking lot both across the street, across Bellevue Avenue to the north, and the Upper Montclair Plaza parking lot directly to the south. Approximately 13 feet of this property to the west is used by the Weikert Realtors parking lot. So this heavy black line that I'm pointing to is the property line, but Weikert's parking lot goes right up to the edge of the building. The proposal is to use the space at the southwest corner of the building. So by reconfiguring the theater spaces, there'll be 9 feet 6 inches of space above the first floor level in this corner, and that's enough to create a trash and recycling room where I drew the red circle, which would be accessible from the paved area outside. So the trash and recycling collectors would either have to access through the Weikert parking lot during off hours, or worst case, come through the 10-foot wide space along the west side of the building. The next slide, number 25, is the west elevation, and that shows the two new doors for the trash and recycling room. So again, the ceiling height underneath one of the theaters at this point is 9 feet 6, which is enough space to have trash and recycling within the building. Employees of the theater could come out any one of the doors where I'm pointing to carry trash recycling to the trash recycling room. Again, the slide number 26 is a repeat showing the south elevation and the westerly elevation. And then again, this is a repeat of the rendering as shown from the northwest. So again, it's to revive this theater, to bring life back to the Upper Montclair, get it back to what it was in the 1920s, the original design, with some modifications to bring it to the 21st century. The theater and lounge told are necessary to make a go of this project. And we like the idea of moving the marquee above the entry doors. We would hate to have the entry doors without a marquee. Again, going back to the Montclair film crowds or even popular movies, people congregate at the entry doors, so we want to have some type of protection from the elements at the entry doors. Anything else?
No, the stairway that goes from Bellevue up to the second floor?
Right. There's an original stairwell.
Can you go back?
Yeah, let's go back. Well, on the north elevation, the view that you see from the public parking lot across the street, there's an original entry stair. It's a stone stairway, leads from the sidewalk level up to the second floor. That was one of the main entries to Highgate Hall originally, almost like a speakeasy. When the building was built, I'll go back to slide number 4. When the building was built, the stairs were there, but it also led to this open second floor. There were no windows, so it was an open, almost balcony before entering the theater, the restaurant, excuse me. So we plan to maintain the existing stone stairs as part of the historic element to the facade.
Will that be usable?
Yes.
Oh, because it looks in the rendering that there's a door over it. Or
No.
that. Right, go back, right there. That dark void.
Yeah, that's it's a dark image, but those are the stairs going up.
Oh, okay. I thought it was closed. All right. Does that conclude your?
That concludes my testimony. Stephen, anything else?
No, just we wanted to see what you thought about it and get your input.
Good, thank you. Well, we'll start with questions.
I just have a question about the last thing you said, Paul, about that little balcony being accessible. Is that correct? That.
Right. Originally, that was a balcony. Historically, it was.
I'm just looking at the plans. Can you tell me how you access that?
Okay. Okay, so I'm looking at slide number 9, which is the first floor plan, pointing to those exterior stairs that lead up.
Yeah.
And then the second floor plan shows the stairs leading up, continuing up into the restaurant. And then this is just an enclosed balcony that's been closed in years ago.
But you can't access it.
Well, from these, you cannot access it, correct.
I just want to be clear.
Correct.
You can't access it.
Right.
I think that the little sheds along the, what's that, the east facade?
Yes.
Is a great idea.
Yeah, I would love to
Despite
see those.
any
but-
comment. And just.
The canopies?
The little, those.
Shed
Right
roofs.
there.
Right,
Yeah,
those.
That's a great idea.
The concern also is truck deliveries.
Right.
It's pretty narrow space.
Right.
So
The development
DRC
review
really was,
worried about trucks hitting the edge of those.
we might be able to recreate that with a very slim
Mhm.
profile, but I would share the concern that big box trucks that use that might come awful close or hit those.
Bollards or something. Fire engines, just something to.
Yeah, just for the
I
benefit.
think it's such a great idea. I know what the experience is like hanging out there.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
And so that would also relieve this facade.
Just for the benefit of the commission, the requirement, it's actually in the streets and sidewalks section of the ordinance, not in any zoning, is that a canopy can't project any closer than 2 feet, can't be closer than 2 feet to the curb line on the sidewalk. So that's the setback issue that they have to look to something, so.
Paul, do you know the width of that sidewalk in that
Yeah,
location?
it's only, it goes down to 3 feet 6 inches.
So you get a 1'6".
So it's, or we could ask for a waiver, variance?
That's actually an encroachment into the township right away, so it'd be a council
Well,
decision.
I'd be really worried about trucks hitting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you know when there's a car coming from the south to the north, you know, it's pretty narrow in there.
Well, the first thing the council would do is they'd want to see engineering on it, which would address that issue and fire department and whatnot. And if it cleared that, then the council, I guess, would consider it, but if you don't, it is narrow, so I don't, anyway, that's how it would, that's
Could you do
the first
something
question.
that wasn't permanent, that was an awning, something that was flexible?
Would that be allowed, Graham?
No, the prohibition is applicable
Is
to both flexible
both-
awnings,
okay.
retractable awnings, and fixed canopies.
The council can certainly grant us
Council.
an easement to access that space. Paul, we should probably explore raising it up high enough so it would be above truck height to see whether that
Right.
would still.
We originally had that,
Beneficial.
yeah. And then I asked to lower it because it looked better.
Yeah.
Because you need a pedestrian scale there.
Mm.
It looks like on slide 26, the top elevation, you had it up higher at one point.
You're right, we did.
It's still there, it's not really coordinated with.
Right, they're right up there.
Yeah.
That's when it was high, but it didn't look good on the.
Didn't come down to the.
Right.
Questions?
Some credit for illuminating the public sidewalk, so.
Right.
Lighting is critical.
Is there, and this is a minor thing, is there, to me, it's a little bit about symmetry. Just looking at the front facade, is there any reason why the double doors that lead into the theater entrance cannot be centered under what's above?
There's no reason, and we've actually been thinking about making that entire storefront doors, considering the number of people who'll be coming in and out.
Do we open it all up?
Maybe open it all up.
That'd be
That
great.
makes
That'd be
more
great.
sense.
Yeah.
You have a little level issue there in terms of
Yeah.
the sidewalk sloping.
But it makes a lot of sense to open that all up.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Can I just jump in? Speaking about symmetry, just wondering, I know that you've probably gone through this, is there any way to keep the original door lobby centered where the original marquee was, or does it have to move to the east?
It would really destroy the lounge. I mean, it creates space, if Paul, you go to that floor plan, so that you're left with very limited space to either side of that. It's tight as it is, even when you're taking 2/3 of it. We really pushed it to that location, pushed the entrance to the east, so we could make use of that alley for outdoor seating. And we thought it would be a better, more visible entrance in that. So, yeah, we struggled with it, but realizing the fact that we need this large enough space to have a meaningful income generator in this bar, restaurant, lounge.
And one of the things that was brought up at the beginning is if this becomes a family theater, they want to be able to bring families with children into the theater without walking past the bar. So that's why we separated the theater entry from the lounge/bar.
So we played around with a lot of different alternatives, but we couldn't figure out a way to create the lounge with the center entrance.
Did you consider doing like a glass mullion vestibule, so you walked into a space, and from when you're in this kind of central space, if you go to the left, there'd be doorways going into the lounge, or going into the theater, I'm sorry, and a door to the right going into the lounge. So a public vestibule, open, all glass, with glass mullions.
With the center entry or with the?
With the center entry, but then you've taken the circulation, and basically people can go to the right where they would enter the lounge, and it would all be transparent, so everybody would see the lounge, they'd see the vibrancy, etc., but it would close it off, and then on the left side, you'd have a doorway going into what would be the theater, so you'd have a common vestibule.
We don't have enough space for both of those uses. The other thing that we're very conscious of is that the uses are not always compatible. Maybe at a 9 or 10 p.m. a movie, they may be, but other times during the day and the week, they're not going to be. You're going to really want a separation between the enter and exiting of the movie and the activities in the lounge. And so I think it's important to have a visual separation there. But the most important thing is we need enough space for the lounge.
No, I understand that.
And so if we create a space on either side of this entry, it's really just all going to be an entry. It's, with how many seats do we have? 600? 500. That's a lot of bodies back and forth.
Well, also, we worked this out with the theater management people to maximize control. So this gives the best control to separate the restaurant from the theater.
You're still going to have access from the restaurant, because you're going to need that egress through the front lobby.
Correct.
Out, right?
Right.
You're never going to close it off completely.
Correct.
I had a question. I have one more question, and then looking at slide number 27. I don't see, and I realize perhaps it's too early to talk about signage for the lounge restaurant. There's no sort of indication of what that. I mean, is there no indication of?
We'll be back.
You'll be back.
Should we get?
Yes,
we will be back before you.
I just was wondering if there's
at least on one other time, and I can't imagine it'll only be once, to go over more of those details, such as signage and.
I just don't know if there was any thoughts about
not intelligent ones.
Do you have any more questions,
No,
Mr.
I'm
Greenblatt?
done.
Question?
This could go into comments or questions, but I'll frame it right now as a question. Recognizing that we all have a little bit of a discomfort with the eastern facade of the main theater, being that it's very ominous and very overly scaled, and now you're adding another 13 and a half feet to it. Have you thought about ways to visually reduce the using horizontal lines, like perhaps a roof, a false roof or something to bring the eye down to reduce the scale, massing? I know that's not been your priority, but I think we all agree that the eastern and western facades, especially if they're going up 13 and a half feet higher, I mean, at the ground level, you're talking about making it more pedestrian friendly, and that's commendable, but to reduce the visual massing, have you thought about ways to do that?
We're open to your suggestions. Our main concern is really of cost. We're hoping, what limited resources we're going to have, we're hoping to put into that front facade and the interior spaces. So we're certainly open to anything we can do to reduce the mass, as long as we're, cognizant that of what it's going to cost. It's a very large surface area,
Right.
and so anything we do, we're trying to keep that in mind.
What about like a I'm going to make a suggestion. I realize we're not supposed to be designing here, but I could imagine some sort of painted graphics as like a distress signage from the turn of the century.
Yeah, we've discussed that.
Where also you
on this.
It'd be beautiful.
What's that?
Two mail pads to gas.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
we've seen that
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
Something to relieve just the blank.
Because it's just it's horrible now, but we don't want to make it worse.
Well, if you look at the peak of the Bellevue, the front portion of the building, that line, that plane, if you took that line and carried it across with something dark to kind of reflect, come down, something that will now connect them visually, that would reduce that mass up top. The other option, of course, could be a step back of some sort, but I don't know how that would affect your seating plan. But if there was like a recession, maybe even like a 4-foot step back, something to relieve the eye of that mass.
Mr. Grumo, it's not just the function in the interior. We've explored tearing that portion of the structure down and recreating it, and it's really would be crazy given the neighbors and the demolition problem. So what we're going to be doing is have to build up on that, and we're probably going to use the existing walls to build up. So practically, I think it's going to be very difficult to inset that 4 feet, just structure-wise, without creating columns and a lot of, and site barriers going across.
But I
So
think with color or,
do some
yeah.
sort of paint thing that's
I agree.
historical or
Or
references,
stucco, or, yes.
whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
So so this would be for the eastern and western facade. That would be my question. I would save further for comments. So I'll pass it on.
Yes, please.
I do have a couple of questions. Is it just like a error in the rendering that, the two gables, the one, if you look under your page 27, under the marquee where it's illuminated, there are the little bracket consoles that came down, and I think they still exist
They do.
on the other side, but they seem to have been lost in the rendering.
That's the error in the rendering.
Okay.
They're still there.
So good. And then the other thing I was wondering, did you consider in that
I
center?
take it back. I'm looking at the photograph on number 7. The 2019 photograph that they're not there.
Oh, so they got lost between,
So if you look at this slide,
Yeah.
Oh, when
this
they
is
put those
straight
new
across
windows
and that's
up,
straight
yeah.
across.
Well, you know
So-
what? There's a recession that's been built out, it seems.
Yeah, underneath
Yeah,
there.
they're good.
Right.
yeah, would you consider
Yeah, so
Just
our
putting them
drawing
back.
shows reinstalling them.
That'd be great.
The elevation drawing.
Thank you.
It's hard to see. a
Yeah, it's
little
hard to
bit,
see.
But they're there at 12.
So that's the intent,
Right,
is to
and
bring them
there.
back?
Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, they're-
And then my other
So we're going to
question,
recess the window elevation a little bit
Just
from
a-
the...
yeah.
Yeah, that's
To recreate
certainly easy. We're going to really rebuild all of that anyway.
that first floor.
That's
Yeah,
to be
in its
consistent
entirety.
with the eastern, underneath the marquee.
Around the corner, yes.
So the same depth, you're going to go for full symmetry with your console
Mhm.
brackets.
Yes.
and then did you consider at all in that central bay where the marquee is presently, doing something that recalled a little bit more the entrance in this rendering on page 2, the historic rendering? I mean, it could still be
Right, right,
not an entrance,
right.
but just something to be more evocative of the porch with the arcade underneath
The
in
arches.
terms of windows.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work.
So let's go back to 12. So we're talking about in there.
That- right
Below.
there.
That-
Below.
That
Street
picture
level, right.
window,
Right.
instead doing something that's a little bit
Right.
more
Right.
evocative of the arches
That's-
and the doors, but still being windows.
That's easy.
By all means. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing from the interior that would be affected by doing something more decorative and a different window arrangement on the outside.
I was just going to say, I think it would create more, this is too static on the first floor now.
Right.
It would add a little bit
If you remove
more.
the bulkhead there,
Right.
and just brought the windows all the way down
If you look
to,
at slide number 4, I mean, you could also, I don't think it would affect the lounge on the inside. You did brickwork like what you see on the right-hand side, you know, where there's that. I mean, you could recreate that without affecting, I know you try to get as much glass to look inside, but I don't think it affects.
Doesn't affect anything.
No, I don't, I think that's
Right.
easy to accomplish.
Right. Makes it more interesting.
But if we do all doors on this side, it would be asymmetrical. And that was, I guess, one of the issues.
You could do like the MC Hotel, where you can have the fabulous marquee, but have the door right around the corner.
Do you have
We
any
thought,
more
we
questions?
did. We played around with leaving the
Oh, I
marquee
didn't.
and having the
All right.
entry, and we just struggled with
That
it.
was a little bit of a joke, actually. but-
Yeah.
So, I do have one more question. This view, it's in full elevation right now, so I imagine you're not going to see all of that 13 additional feet beyond when you're standing across the street. But did you do a perspective study to see what you would actually see from the street?
For the parking lot?
Directly across, from the parking lot?
No, I mean, there's only this one, which is more towards the bus stop.
Yeah, so I think
We
you
will
should
for the
study
board-
that.
for the Board of Adjustment, because honestly, that's our really only ask from them. We have a parking variance, but the reality is we're requiring 100 less parking spaces than the original plan. So the big ask is this use variance for this 13 feet, and we will be prepared when we come to them. We can certainly, show this commission anytime you'd like.
Do we know what the highest point, I imagine, is the Chase Manhattan Bank across the street? I'm thinking.
We
that-
think it's the building on the corner of Lorraine
Francio's
and Valley.
Oh,
cell tower.
the Olympic Shop building.
Yeah, and we'll come, when we
Well,
appear
Williamson-
before the
Yeah.
Board of Adjustment, we will.
Know that
I
information.
think that's very important to
Right.
use that as a reference to make your case. But also, one of the things that I think will also be effective to make your case is to reduce and minimize as visually as you can that extra height and create some sense of order to that facade.
I do have a question. You're requesting a variance to permit bare bulb illumination for the marquee sign. I'm glad you provided one of the historic photographs that shows a bare bulb sign.
Yeah.
Is there, why, does anyone know, why that's not allowed by the township? Is there some reason for that?
Neon,
I can imagine, because there's some really ugly bare bulb signs.
Neon isn't allowed either.
Right.
Yeah.
But
The lighting, frankly, I think the lighting design ordinances are outdated.
Okay. Well, I just didn't know if there was some, safety issue.
No, it's hard to find an attractive bare bulb sign.
Okay, that's what, all right, that was my question, whether, I'm glad you did provide a historic photograph, and I think it looks good with what you're proposing, but the fact that you have to require a variance for that, I didn't know what the rationale was with the township.
yeah, historically, the National Park Service
Right.
basically asks you to ignore the town's sign and lighting guidelines when dealing with historic buildings because they know they're pretty restrictive.
Interesting.
Okay, that's a good.
What
So,
other
Mr. Rooney-
variances are being sought in this, the 13
They're all-
foot? the
They're all
parking-
listed in the memo
They're
that
all
was
here.
included in your packet.
But the 13-foot one is.
Yeah, the height deviation is
Biggest.
the
That's the
biggest
biggest.
variance.
Parking.
The parking is already grandfathered to some extent.
Well, not according to the planner, but the parking relief we're seeking is less than the existing parking requirement for the existing uses.
Parking will have to be discussed by the applicant because there's not an existing bar and restaurant use on the property.
Oh,
So they're
that's right.
introducing
There's a whole
new-
new-
The one thing that we can discuss is the additional sign that you're proposing for the alleyway
the
on the
second
east.
marquee sign.
Marquee sign, right,
Sort of
So-
same marquee wrapping around.
Correct.
right. Anyway, Mr. Rooney, do you have another question? Do you have a question?
You mentioned something about raising the ceiling in the first floor.
In the front of the first floor. It's 7 feet 9 inches.
How far back does that go?
It's, so this whole portion is 7 feet 9 inches.
How does that affect the second floor?
We would raise the floor above and then expose the underside of the roof.
Let's go to that section.
How does that relate to the windows?
The floor would be closer to the windows. So there are windows in the front of the building.
This is 10, I would go to if you have it.
So, yeah, so we'd
gotta
be
put in
closer.
tempered glass
We'd
and
put in
stuff like
tempered
that.
glass, correct.
She'll have enough ceiling height on the second floor.
Right. It would be exposed to the underside of the roof.
Yeah, it could be beautiful, actually.
I know, how does it relate to the new second floor where your theaters are?
I'm sorry.
He's asking how it aligns with the second floor at the theater level, between the
15.
two buildings, essentially.
Number 10.
Right, so this front portion would raise up. The theaters are on different levels, so it wouldn't really affect us.
Yeah, but you've got circulation
Correct.
going from the restaurant on the second floor. You look at number 10.
Right, from here.
It's on the same level.
Yeah, it would affect the circulation. So we would, this is new floor level. So
It's, in the worst case, we're going to require one of those small handicap lifts to go up 2-3 feet. We're not quite at that level of detail yet.
Yeah, I just wondering how it, actually, my
We don't know.
concern is how does it work?
How does it work with the circulation?
With that
Correct.
We don't know
exterior
that.
of the building.
Right.
With the,
We've really tried to limit the height. We tried to go down. We tried to reconfigure the theaters. We tried to leave the existing theaters, and none of it seems to work for sort of the contemporary theater experience. So we sort of just biting the bullet. What we're going to have to do is, if we get the approval, is raise the walls, construct a structure, and then do the interior demo of the existing floors and recreate the new floors.
right.
Mhm.
No, I understand. The east facade, there's, can you bring the Tudor around the corner?
Yeah. That's,
On the first level or the entire?
No, just the whole way.
The whole length.
Make it a Tudor.
do cross,
The
Timber.
whole thing's gonna be done in ethers.
right. It's an idea.
It's an idea.
But actually, I mean, you could actually also put some of the timber work on the facade facing east. On the, yeah, you could use timber work on both the gabled roof section and also the side elevation as a means of creating a visual, graphical way to break it up.
So that's a suggestion for the, but if the Secretary of Interior Standards does not,
Yeah, I think we have two distinct buildings,
Right,
right? You have the
and that's
front of
what they
house
should-
building,
right.
which, that Tudor building is really distinctive, and then you have the house building, which is
so
another separate structure.
we're
Right,
historicizing.
and I
It's
think they should
interesting
read.
that, to the best of our knowledge, as you can see by 3, although it's more, it's clear in your handout, the sides, at least this is the west side of the building, and the east side too, is pretty much entirely different. It's very plain brick, not decorated at all,
Mhm.
originally. And we're not opposed to anything, but
Mhm. Do we have any other questions? If not, then is there any public comment before we go to our comments for, does anyone wish to speak? Ask? No?
Well, I actually had
You come up.
a question on the, well, two things. Yeah. Two things about the marquee.
I would worry about.
Yes, you have to.
Oh, Lisa Ann Renner, 42 Godfrey Road. I would worry about trucks hitting the corner there. I know, like, with the marquee that's there now, I know that comes out much wider, but a bus hit that about 10 or 20 years ago. So I would just worry about that corner getting nicked. I mean, remember what happened to that clock on the corner? And the other question is there not going to be any kind of marquee that actually shows the names of the movies that are playing?
Then they need to get sworn in.
Well, could you come up and identify yourself, please?
Sorry, Luke Parker Bowles, 1272 Midland Avenue. I think the idea is simplicity and not having some glaring illuminated sign. I think we want to keep it, we don't want, as we talked about, how ugly those things can be. A lot of this is going to be driven by online, by apps, and also inside when you go to the kiosks, you'll know. But the notion of turning it into some sort of Times Square type thing to us really goes against the grain of what we're trying to do. So less is more, really.
And along the question of signs, I know you were still like up in the air about restaurant signs and that sort of thing, but if there is the restaurant or the lounge there, what very generally do you conceive of for signage there? Do you think of a continuation of what you're showing here on the corner that's all along the front of the facade, or?
We haven't even discussed it yet. As Stephen said, we'll have to come back here, but there hasn't
Yeah.
been one discussion.
That would
about it.
require subsequent
Right.
application to the commission.
Okay,
I
thanks.
mean, and slide 4, Paul, and we really haven't spent any time going over this work.
With the blade sign.
Yeah, the blade, that's sort of an
Blade-
interesting old blade sign. It's
Right.
100 years old.
Right.
Sounds a good idea.
No, but we're really open to the board's comments. And should we get the approval, and we will be back for the signage and obviously details and materials, which we know that you'll be concerned about.
So I think that, oh,
I don't have a question, I just have a comment and statement. Ilmar Vanderer, 127 Edgemont Road. I just want to applaud the bold, ambitious vision that is being presented to us today, and I'm overjoyed personally to be here and finally see the fruition and results of their hard work in restoring this architectural and historic jewel. And I hope that their vision finds support with the entities that they appear before and with the general public. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, so we're open for our deliberation, discussion. Would you like to
Discussion,
start?
yeah, just good comments.
Mm.
I'll actually have one comment related to the massing of what is the big get or the big go for in the back, the extra 13 feet. I don't think that has any impact at all, that 13 feet, in terms of, the reality. It's set so far back. I know you can possibly see it, but I think this is a good example of, why lower massing on the street hides the larger massing behind. And I would just, the project on Park Street near Watchung Avenue, I know it's a different thing, it's so massive on Park Street, it could have been served by stepping some massing back.
That new apartment building?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, yeah, and I only bring it up because Paul was slightly involved in that, but this is a good, I'm sorry, I just had to say, but this is so good, you guys have done such a great job, and Paul always does a great job, but I think it's a good example of why, keeping the massing down on the street and putting all that in the back is always a good idea, so that's all I have to say.
So just to reinforce what you said, John, one of my comments in reviewing the drawings is, my review is meant for the architect and the owner as well as the board. My third comment, which follows with what you just said, is the proposed enlargement of the building to the rear does not radically change, obscure, or destroy the character-defining features that are primarily located forward of the house structure, which is what I'm calling that masonry structure in the back, and appear to be generally needed to ensure the building's continued use as a theater.
And I think really from the east, from the parking lot, you really won't even see that. I think it's, your sight line is too,
You'll see it from the, from the parking lot. Is
No, you
really
won't
the
s-
main place you'll see.
right.
it. And there will be some areas in the park where you'll probably see a little bit of it, but we will certainly have sight line renderings.
Yes.
And in the master plan, Upper Montclair Village suggests with where you're on the, what is this called? The the fringe, I think, that is suggesting building height is 3 to 5 stories. So you're within that limit, right?
What is it called? What is the
It's
high
5,
point of
it's
that?
not higher than 5 stories?
Do you know, Paul?
You're at 50.
Master plan, not the zone.
No,
No, of what you're proposed.
You're at 52 feet.
We're 51 feet. 51, right.
Okay.
5-story.
Any other comments?
49.
I'm good. I think, just to reiterate, creating a pedestrian visual pedestrian area along the eastern facade of the building, running to the parking lot towards the old Charlie Brown's, would be wonderful. And anything you could do to kind of carry the lines of that lower scale at the street level, and with lighting, with any kind of awning, even if it's very shallow, but something to bring that linearity. Even if you could use, what would be great would be recessed lighting on the floor and the ground, uplighting. That would also create a delineation of the pathway. Maybe you could have, I don't know if there's enough depth to put any kind of planter in between intermittently, no? Okay.
It's 3 feet width,
Yeah.
3.5 at the narrowest. It's,
Is there actually a sidewalk there?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
is there a raised sidewalk there?
Yes,
Sidewalk
yeah.
On that
yes.
side of the street, but not the other side.
Oh, it's on the, okay, so will that be redone? That sidewalk, I'm
Yeah,
imagining
because we
it
have to
would
make it barrier-free.
Right.
be. Okay. I know I'm gonna be the fuddy-duddy on this, but I would like to at least raise my preference, if possible, to situate the marquee in the center of the building, where it originally was. I realize your challenges, I'm sensitive to your challenges. But I would be remiss if I didn't try to make that case.
Sorry, just to Luke Park Bowles, 272 Middle Avenue. We want, as important, as crucial as the look and feel are and sticking with it, we want this to be successful and this to be here in 100 years. We want this to stay the same. And the intricacies of dealing with a bar crowd and a theatre crowd and the mixture of both, and making sure that people aren't going, when they haven't bought tickets, into the theatre, and making sure that children aren't going into the bar. And all of that logistics has been really thought out with respect. Truth be told, we would love to have the marquee exactly where it is. But from a safety, from a function, and from a business point of view, so this actually runs efficiently. We also have, we're going to have people running food into there's food when you're watching movies. There's food being delivered. There's alcohol. There's a lot to contain, and the number one priority to us is safety. And we do think, up to this point, and we will keep looking at it, that once you put the marquee in the middle, you are creating more chaos.
Well, let me be clear about one thing. When I say put the marquee in the center, that doesn't necessarily mean, and this was kind of alluding to my joke
The entry.
before, that the actual means of entry
Sure.
be directly below,
Sure.
even though that's the intuitive. But we have to consider the neighborhood, the larger context. And there was an application before us several years ago, which was the former Warner Electric building, where we took the architects and the developer to task to really to minimize the damage that they were looking potentially to do with their plans.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that there's a certain degree of visual linkage across the Lorraine to Bellevue parking lot. And there's a certain symmetry between, I mean, this is certainly a much more a significant building, but there's a certain kind of dialogue taking place, and it would be a shame to lose that sense of, access.
I agree. One of the biggest comments we've had, which really hit home for us, is that if you walk on Bellevue Avenue on a Saturday night at 11 o'clock, it is lit up by Cold Stone Creamery.
Mm-hmm.
So the notion is that that angle is the best angle for the Upper Montclair to see it, right? You've got the corner, so you can see that from way down Bellevue,
Right.
right? So we're broadcasting it to Upper Montclair. So I don't think it changes that. I think it's actually additive, because it's pulling people not just from the train station or from a car park. It's pulling people from the heart of Upper Montclair. I totally get your point.
Well, the sign, my suggestion wouldn't necessarily be any less visible to Upper Montclair. I mean,
Mr. Grimbaum, I hear exactly what you're saying. Number one, I'm offended that we be compared to the Lorraine Avenue building.
no, I agree.
But-
We let that go.
If you look at this
Apologies.
slide number 5,
Thank you.
I think we have to explore, at least explore, I'm not sure what we're going to end up with, leaving the something like that in the center and still create some entrance. Because I'm troubled by Ms. Renner's comment also about trucks hitting that corner marquee.
Right.
So I'm not sure yet, but we're going to consider that, because if we can pull that off and not, and still have a decent entrance, then sure.
I think you just pull that back, that corner, just that facade, and have the same image. You
Yeah.
have to turn the corner and be flat against the wall. So I don't think that's going to be hard for you to do.
You're saying it's keeping where it is.
So
I think, that's fine.
if we review Mr. Conley's recommendations, which is number 2, he speaks about maintaining the marquee.
I
In the
do,
current-
yeah, that is, I thought this was a great rehabilitation project. I think it's great, and my only concern was changing the location of the historic entrance. If there was some way to keep it there visually, I don't think I would be opposed to that, but modifying the entrance, in reviewing this based on the standards for rehabilitation, modifying the entrance to a historic theater building is problematic in my mind.
Mhm. Do you have any comments, Ms. Kane-Levy?
We're going to go to the Board of Adjustment. This unfortunately is not going to be that fast a process, I think, for us. With the board's indulgence, I think we're going to come back, maybe with the same plan, but maybe with a altered scheme hearing these comments, because I don't even disagree.
Mhm.
So as long as we can create a real entrance and a sense of entrance and keep something that's still, I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I think we need to work on it a little more.
Okay, good. Do you have any comments?
Yes. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for undertaking this project. It's been long coming, and people are very eager in anticipation, and it's wonderful. In terms of raising the height of the theater building in the back, I have no problem with that either. It's legible as a theater building. That's what it was built as, and it continues to look that way. So I'm fine with that. And I'm of two minds with regard to the canopy. I could approve it, and also if it were in the center, I think that would be great too. And with the caveat that I think you need to look at that central bay, which you said you would be willing to do, and make it somewhat more evocative of what was there historically. I think otherwise it's a great proposal. I love the idea of art along the base of the building. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Mr. Rooney?
Well, I agree with you totally. You can have a graffiti wall. You can have a graffiti wall, which seems to be the thing everywhere.
Actually, what I'd like to just suggest, you mentioned something in passing about the Montclair Art Museum. Wouldn't it be great for the Montclair Art Museum, and I know you're working with them,
David.
Paul.
David.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was.
Oh, I thought you were finished.
No, you
Thought there was a pause. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, I think that you can do a lot with that east facade. You can open it up to all sorts of things. Graffiti is one of them. Decorating it somehow.
Okay, so we're in agreement that something needs to be looked at on the east facade.
Well, can I just
whether
finish my suggestion, which was to incorporate an exhibition gallery of the Montclair Art Museum, to actually have little shallow vignettes of maybe a foot. I mean, I know you have structural issues, but if you had some kind of window boxes, so people could walk through like a gallery procession, and it would give the Montclair Art Museum another venue to promote itself and to have an ongoing, rotation of exhibits, I think it would be very positive as a cultural center of the town.
So we're all in agreement that something should, visually should take place on that eastern facade. Okay, Graham, can we
Something significant.
review what we have?
I'm just transcribing my notes. And then eastern facade art, I'm just saying artwork or visual. Okay, so I think from Mr. Connolly's report, it sounds like the two kind of introductory comments should be 1 and 2 on the overall project. One, that the commission finds that the rehabilitation of the property appears to be minimal to the building's distinctive materials and characteristics and consistent with the standards. And then number 3, the proposed enlargement of the building to the rear does not dramatically change, obscure, or alter the character of the building. And then it sounds like the other comments that I heard that should be conditions were that the applicant should review replication of the central bay at the main storefront, similar to the style of the original rendering of the building, to maintain pedestrian access in the covered canopies along the eastern facade, and then incorporate art installations or visual, motifs along the eastern facade wall.
And also attempt to maintain the marquee in the original position.
Yeah, so that was item 2. I think that item 2 should then
Okay,
be
so that'll be,
included
okay,
as well.
great. I just want to make
From
sure
Mr.
that that's
Connolly's
there.
report.
What about visual relief on the upper level of the museum, of the theater section?
I guess I want to open that up to the full commission because I heard varying comments on that. I heard some members say it was fine. I heard some members say that they wanted something.
I think there was the negative response was the idea of trying to recreate any kind of Tudor, which is fine, but all we were suggesting was some kind of visual through color, through some kind of horizontal plane, creating a visual distinction. Also, when you're looking at it from Anderson Park, and if it's you want to be able to have that blend in with like the trees so you don't see it. So
I think some visual relief also of the upper part of that here.
Of the auditorium edition.
Okay,
Yeah,
and that's
all right.
consistent.
I don't think we should try to design.
Is there
No.
any way
We
to,
should come
No.
back with some ideas that,
Right.
and,
I think it would help their cause.
what's that?
I think it would be helpful in their cause
To do,
to have more visual relief, to mitigate the
On
negative
the
impact.
rear building where the theaters would be located, because,
We don't disagree at all.
okay, so that's one of the recommendations.
And Graham, I wouldn't use the word replicate for that.
Oh, okay.
I would just recall.
Call. Okay.
Okay, are we all good here? Well, thank you very much. This is a great project. Looking forward to
Thank you.
next Christmas.
Let's see how these things go. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, thank you.
Best of luck.
And then if we could just loop back, we do have a couple of administrative items and the certificate as well. So,
Yes, yes, yes.
one item that we did miss was the scheduled meetings for 2020.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, everyone got a copy of the scheduled meetings for 2020? The question, 2020,
2020.
right. You're correct. The only thing is maybe December 17th is, if we could do it the week, or it's too close to the holiday. How
So
is?
that's up to.
What do you think? Commissioners,
that?
colleagues,
What?
December 17th, a year from now.
I guess the chairs are asking if we should move the meeting up to the December 10th date, the 17th to close.
This is good.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So
Does
modify this.
anybody have any other modification, any changes for the meetings?
No, there's no holiday conflicts, right?
Sorry, guys, sorry. We're just using your ideas. We're
Yeah.
just sorry, thank you.
Bye. All right, so we move that to the 17th, to the 10th, and then the other meetings will stay as scheduled.
Okay. Yeah, and
Alright.
just to note for everyone, the January 9th meeting is listed on here at the bottom.
Yes,
Bottom item,
yes, I
so.
saw it, but I did that. All right, so moving along, committee reports, we'll go over this real quick. On December 6th, we had a minor applications committee meeting. Carol and I met with Graham and Janice, and we looked at Upper Montclair, the Mercado signage. We looked at 2B Pilates. They want to do frosted glass front. But
Yeah, that's
Where
right.
is that? Where's the Pilates?
down on South Park Street. And the other one is Uptown Bistro, which had signage and lighting, and there was too much
They were
filling about
proposing
with
an
the
awning.
facade.
They're proposing an awning.
And lighting, it was into the,
Yes, the lighting was shown, but not on the application. There were some questions on that, so the minor application committee has referred that to the full commission, so
Where
that
is
will be here
Uptown
in
Bistro?
January.
It's
596 Valley Road, up from Montclair.
It's been there forever. It's next to the clothing shop. Anyway, then the next one, John and I met on November 26th, the revisions committee, also with Graham, at St. Luke's. So we met to approve the materials, the stone that surrounded the door, the drywall, and the lighting fixtures too. And I think that'll come out really nice. Design review and development, Mr. Rooney, do you have anything to?
We haven't, I missed the last.
You were away, okay. The education and outreach, I mentioned this before, but January 9th, I'll be speaking to the realtors at Sotheby's.
January 9th?
January 9th, I know it's going to be a big day.
Oh, that's during the day.
During the day,
We
not at
haven't
night.
hearing
In the
anything.
afternoon about the importance of historic designation within the historic district. And it's interesting to note that some of these people tonight said that if they had known their prospective house was going to be in a historic district, they wouldn't buy it. So I think it's. So then we had, moving on to the grants, we had, Graham and I met with Jonathan Kinney of SHPO today, in fact, this morning, and we are
And the township chief financial officer.
and the chief financial officer to
work through the grant authorization paperwork. The township has been awarded the 2019 Certified Local Government Grant to do a survey of the estate section.
Yes.
So
Yes, so that'll be coming up.
$24,999, yeah.
And then, so what we're looking at for our next meeting in January is the grant deadline for 2021 is... when is-
January 31st.
Right, so at that point, probably we should hold off on historic districting designations and really apply for a grant, but put the money towards rewriting this, which would include a residential district in here.
What is that?
The design guidelines.
Oh, yeah.
Which
To
is very
supplement the
important.
residential
Right.
district.
So,
Residential design guidelines.
Right.
And commercial design guidelines, too.
Yes, so that would be a discussion for January. So I think our next meeting...
Just to note on that, we'll probably have to discuss that sooner because the grant application process is kind of lengthy and it requires a council resolution to accompany the grant submission.
Okay.
So I will have to have the council resolution on for their first meeting in January. for
Okay, so
approval,
it's Steve and I, right? You and I are the outreach and grant people that...
Yes, yeah,
Does
so we can
anybody else
work
want
on-
to join us?
Yeah, so we need to have a draft resolution with the project that we're applying for done
I
by
think
January
based
7th.
on the response we
Exactly.
got tonight, one of the big things was people just don't understand how
Right.
it applies to them.
Mhm.
So if there was a document that tightened that up,
Right.
made it clear what was and what wasn't, et cetera,
Mhm.
that would help answer
A lot of the questions.
25% of the
Right.
issues.
Okay.
You're working on a FAQ, is that true?
The
It's already
FAQ
done.
has been completed and posted on the website.
Okay, good.
Oakcroft.
So then Steve and I will be in touch with you.
Yes, so we'll
about-
coordinate over the next week or two to finalize the grant application materials.
Okay,
for
great. Is there anything
Well,
else?
What about the western expansion of the historic district?
Well, we'll discuss that in January for the upcoming budget.
Is that something that could be for the application, though?
What application?
The grant application?
Oh, the grant application.
Could that be used for the 2021 grant application? You need a
It's
big, don't we need?
2020 application, but,
2021.
2021.
no, it's 2020.
2020, sorry.
Oh, I thought you said 2021 before.
All right, well, we can certainly discuss it and see in terms of the monies available. I don't think that
Yeah.
there's enough money that's available for that.
No, I don't think there's enough of the just less than 25,000 to do both
Right.
I think
projects.
if we could focus on that. and
Right, I
work
think it
on
would be-
that and
right.
make that good, that would be a big thing.
Totally.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier today, Janice, the planning director, was traveling and found at a local hardware store a little design guidelines booklet at the hardware store. So it was, in Kingston, New York, has published a small little design booklet that they place at hardware stores. So when people are checking out, it's the Kingston
Oh, that's great.
hardware, design, residential design guidelines. So it's kind of a nice way to place those things. So that's something that we could work on and then have placed quickly in our office and other stores.
Exactly.
For
Realtors'
quick
offices.
reference.
Yeah, and realtors' offices too.
Yeah, so I think making sure it's a small deliverable, I think would be
Lumberyards.
helpful too.
Right. Okay, that's great. So our next meeting is January 9th.
Ninth. Before we leave, we do have to take action on the
Yes, the
certificate from last
resolution.
meeting.
Can I just make on January 9th, we're going to have a discussion. It's
Yes.
still open to the public.
Right.
And then we're going to discuss it in public, in front of people?
Yes.
Okay.
Has to be.
Mhm.
What?
It has to be.
Okay.
And then we can bifurcate it. We can decide to send one to the council, we could decide to send one.
Yeah, I think we'll structure the agenda the same, and so we'll do, Oakcroft first, I guess, conclude that public commentary, to have the commissioners discuss, and then vote to take action on a recommendation, and then we'll open Wheeler Street and do the same.
I guess the question, my question or my suggestion or whatever is, there were a lot of questions, there are a lot of commentary, there are a lot of comments made, some which made sense, some that don't make sense based on our knowledge. Are we going to try to respond to those things in a
Yes, in fact,
organized way? or
Graham
we're
is
just gonna-
working on a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, great.
So I think we'll do that in the beginning before we have, open it up for the public comment, and then we'll do that.
Along the way, you want any input there?
I was going to say,
Give you,
I made notation of various concerns. I'm
Mhm.
sure all of us might have made some notes, but,
Yeah, I have a list as well.
okay, so.
And I also we collected all email addresses tonight. We collected email addresses at both previous meetings that we've had on this. So I have a distribution
pretty
list
good-
already of 30 to 40 people. I'll add everyone from this evening. So I have an extensive list of
Great.
contacts, so we can even send interim information out to folks.
Right,
direct
but I think
just
it's-
wanted to make sure we had an organized
Exactly.
response, and it sounds like
Right,
it's happening.
right.
That's great.
Yeah, no.
I think we have to recognize, we have to immediately say we totally recognize and acknowledge your concerns, show that degree of consideration and empathy, and then say, let us hear some of the points that we want to address to help you understand better, more clearly, what's at stake, what's going on, what the benefits are, et cetera.
Yeah, that's good.
But I am concerned about someone's testimony about Wheeler Street, that a large percentage of the buildings in the survey are non-contributing, like a huge percentage, over 40%. So is that something that needs to be counted to verify that she was accurate, or is it in the
It's on the map in the back of the room.
It's on the map, yeah.
all
It's
the-
on the map.
There's
Okay.
97 total.
I think that's where we could be, I think what Graham should be doing is talking through the process, what happens, in a historic district, and this whole thing about whether we believe Wheeler Street or not that could be part of our discussion. I don't think Graham can do anything with that.
Yeah.
What's interesting is with the overlays that have
And
already
that's why
been
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just think it's important for the commissioners just to be aware of Ms. Connolly's reports and the content of which, for when you're providing your commentary and discussion.
All right.
Sorry.
So I think,
So
we'll
so
do the
that's kind of
resolution.
going over for January 9th.
Right, so we vote on what is it, resolution?
So, yeah, the commission votes to make a recommendation to the council regarding each of the proposed districts.
Yes, but our final piece of business tonight.
Tonight is the certificate for 600 Valley Road.
Right.
A draft of which was in your packets, and we need to approve that. So.
Right, has everyone had a chance to read that?
Is this the bank branch?
Yes.
The glass mullions?
And the glass mullions, did you, I don't have my copy.
It's very general, if I recall.
Does anyone, can you go through
Sure,
that?
there were three, so essentially, I mean, the certificate document kind of talks through the summary and scope of work and discussion. The important content is on is item 8. There's 3 proposed conditions. 1, the windows are fabricated with an aluminum clad finish. 2, the configuration of the windows is to be modified to more closely match the existing window. And 3, the applicant is to return to the commission for final review of the window configuration and finished material selection.
So, I'll call for a vote?
I vote to...
So Mr. Remnitz wasn't here, nor was
No,
Mr.
actually, well,
This
I
was in
wasn't
2
here
parts,
for
yeah,
that,
sorry.
but it's been before us.
Yes. So only eligible are Mr. Greenbaum, Ms. Bennett, and Ms. King.
Oh, okay.
When we say return to the commission, can it be a committee that they return to?
Yeah, we always leave commission as the blanket, but then we can refer to a subcommittee.
How do you vote?
I approve.
I vote yea.
Second.
Okay.
Third. Okay. So, with that, I think our meeting is finished, and can I have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.